The process has been rushed. People, communities feel shut out.
Outrage continues this morning as BGE proposes big rate hikes for customers, while many are questioning the motives of the mayor and efforts from other city leaders to gain clarity.
This is a challenge, and this is a real problem. It's a problem that we're seeing all across the state.
Fox 45 News pressing Governor Wes Moore on the crime crisis plaguing Baltimore, his stance on a bill being backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Overall, not too bad right now with our temperatures that are going to be all over the place this week ahead. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Monday, February 28th. Today is President's Day, so hopefully some of you can enjoy the day off. Let's see how it's shaping up outside. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our weather roller coaster this week.
Yeah, exactly right. Morning. Good morning, Meg. 22023 of the date today, and that's what we're talking about with our numbers, and those numbers are going to be kind of all over the place as we get later into this week ahead. Looking out over our downtown Baltimore camera, we have a few of those clouds kind of hanging around right now. Our temps are mainly in the 40s at this time. Some of you in the 30s. We're at 37 in Cockeysville, 38 in Towson, 43 in Dundalk. That's going to be your numbers right now. So a warmer afternoon ahead, and then those wild temperature swings that we'll be talking about throughout the morning here. So on your morning drive, mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. We'll keep those clouds around as well, but staying dry at least for the first part of the day. We'll break down when we could maybe see a stray shower or two coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We begin this morning with breaking news overnight out of New Orleans. One person is dead, 4 others injured after a shooting. This happened last night along the Bacchus Parade route. Police say the 4 shooting victims who were injured are stable. A juvenile is among the shooting victims. Police say they were able to arrest a suspect, and they also confiscated 2 weapons after the shooting. New overnight here in Baltimore, a 2-story house fire in Brooklyn. 1 resident was taken to the hospital. No word on their condition this morning. No other injuries have been reported. The cause of that fire currently under investigation. Making headlines this morning, the Baltimore County detective hurt in the manhunt for David Linthicum earlier this month has been released from the hospital. Detective Jonathan Chi spent 10 days in shock trauma. Police say Linthicum shot at officers before getting away from police during a barricade situation in Cockeysville. Charging documents say that he shot Detective Chi after he had been on the run for more than 24 hours and stole the detective's vehicle. Linthicum is facing 3 charges of attempted murder. He will be in court next month. Continuing coverage now. On Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's conduit deal with BGE will be meeting. This comes as the company is proposing a big rate hike for all BGE customers statewide, asking for a monthly increase of more than $10. The Public Service Commission will rule on that rate hike. Comptroller Bill Henry speaking with Fox 45 News, doubling down on his belief that the deal was rushed.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
You can find our full interview with Comptroller Bill Henry on our YouTube page. Just point your phone's camera at the QR code right there on your screen, and that's going to take you there. You can also search Fox Baltimore on the YouTube to find our page. Turning now to a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pressing Governor Wes Moore for answers about some of the biggest problems facing Baltimore. He attended a church service in observance of Black History Month in the city yesterday.
I also know that we are standing here in a congregation of people who are moving in the light of understanding that the history that we are making, that history is now.
Well, Fox 45 pressed the governor on a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools where not a single student among those tested is doing math at grade level. The governor says the state is working to improve schools, pointing to the $500 million in additional money that he's sending to the Kerwin Education Plan as part of his budget, but saying that there needs to be accountability to go along with that funding.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
While the governor is giving millions to the Kerwin plan, which already calls for millions of dollars in new spending for schools, Project Baltimore is reporting the governor plans to cut funding from the Boost program. Governor Larry Hogan created that program to provide low-income families with scholarships to get their children out of the public school system and send them to private or charter schools. Project Baltimore sent several questions to the governor about that decision. They will have a full report coming up this week. At the same time, the governor was speaking at that church yesterday morning. Someone shot a 28-year-old man in East Baltimore. Police say it happened just after 11 in the morning along East 25th Street. Fox 45 News also pressing the governor on what state lawmakers are doing to address crime in Baltimore. Last week, one group of lawmakers introduced a package of 9 bills they say will improve public safety. None of them address penalties for violent offenders. There is one bill working its way through Annapolis that does. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing that legislation. It would raise the maximum penalty for first-time illegal gun offenders from 3 to 5 years. Supporters of the bill say that it wouldn't take away a judge's right to implement a sentence they feel is appropriate, saying offenders are only required to serve 25% of their sentence. Not everyone believes tougher sentences will deter crime. Governor Wes Moore says while he supports this legislation, he agrees that more needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
Well, the governor says his administration is investing in the Baltimore Police Department and Attorney General's office to build up the organized crime unit, but he didn't point to any piece of legislation currently up for debate. Fox 45 News will continue to press state leaders about what they're doing to curb crime in Baltimore and across the state. You can find all of our reporting on the crime bills moving through Annapolis on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead on the early edition, U.S. relations with China heating up. The new information pointing to Chinese lethal aid to Russia. Plus, we will see another mild afternoon today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what the last full week of February will feel like outside. It is 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. 4:40 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast, checking our numbers, mainly in the 40s, a few 30s out there, but we're right at 50 in Baltimore City, 42 your temp in Columbia this hour. So out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Overall, so we got some cool conditions. Numbers staying in the mid to upper 40s, keeping those clouds around as well. We are tracking some warmer temperatures for today and especially later this week. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Justin, sounds good. Making headlines now this morning. Actor and comedian Richard Belzer has died after reportedly dealing with several health issues. Belzer began his career as a stand-up comedian in the 1970s. He is best known for his role as the cynical but reliable detective John Munch. The character made an appearance on several shows, including Homicide, Life on the Street, and The Wire. He was 78 years old.
There's still a lot we don't understand about dementia. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to have neurologists break down what we know and what's different about some symptoms from the front part of the brain. That is just ahead.
Plus, new information surrounding relations between Russia and China. The message of unity coming from world leaders. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, getting real with border crossing statistics. Are the figures manipulated? Our Washington insider addresses that this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. It is 4:44 and in your health headlines this morning. Almost a year after Bruce Willis's health forced him to retire, his condition has now been diagnosed as a form of dementia. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what we know so far about his diagnosis, which does tend to impact those who are younger.
Neurologists tell me they're not quite sure yet just how this impacts the brain, but we do know that right now there is no cure. So what they work on now is simply managing expectation and what the caretaker needs to know. Frontotemporal dementia can have similar symptoms to what Vanessa Davis says her husband Marty experienced when he was diagnosed with dementia.
He started to get forgetful.
But what sets Pick's disease, as it's also called, apart from the kind of dementia we get with age is that usually the first noticeable symptoms are changes in personality, behavior, and difficulty with language.
So frontotemporal dementia is kind of a broad term that describes different dementias that are not the same thing as Alzheimer's disease. That's kind of how I think about them.
Because of that, Dr. Jason Heil, the medical director of neurology at Ohio's Tri-Health, says we aren't sure yet why this kind of dementia is more common in those who are usually between the ages of 40 and 65.
But around 20 to 40% can be genetically transmitted.
There's no FDA-approved treatment for frontotemporal dementia. A few medications we now have for Alzheimer's disease have not been shown to be helpful in those such as Bruce Willis, now living with this disease.
And it can even make people worse. So what we try to do, first of all, is some non-pharmacologic therapies.
Dr. Heil says these may include establishing a routine with breaks for caregivers, home safety, such as locking away medications and guns. Well, late-onset dementia can be delayed with exercise and a plant-based Mediterranean eating plan. We don't know if the same is true for this younger kind. In addition to forgetfulness or traditional memory concerns, Vanessa Davis noticed, frontotemporal dementia can also lead to unsteadiness, rigidity, twitches, muscle weakness, and difficulty swallowing. If you are noticing any of these symptoms, he says earlier evaluation is always better. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. It is 4:47 here on this Monday, President's Day. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what we can expect today.
Yeah, maybe a 3-day weekend for some, enjoying some time off. And we're going to talk about cloud cover that'll be around today, but temperatures that are going to be mild once again as we take you outside. You can see right now from our downtown Baltimore camera, everything looking good right now. We're under quiet conditions at this time. And overall, our Inner Harbor cam showing everything is looking good. Temperature-wise, right at 50 degrees. That's your number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much in the way of wind to speak of out of the southwest, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. That wind is expected to pick up a little bit today. Really seeing the breezy to windy conditions on Tuesday as well. That's what we'll be talking about as we head into the next couple of days with the changing weather that we will see later this week. So here's a look at our HD radar. Everything is nice and quiet right now. Not much to track up and down the East Coast. Overall, as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, we'll see those numbers mainly in the mid to upper 40s. Sun up at 6:52 and back to bed tonight at 5:49 p.m. The average for this time of year is 47, so you know we've been above average for most of this year and most of this winter for that matter, as we really haven't had any major cold snaps. Low 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air. You'll be a little cooler on the eastern shore with mid to upper 50s for Chestertown down through Stevensville. 64 in Annapolis, 65 expected in Baltimore City this afternoon. Most of us up and down the East Coast are going to keep those above average numbers going with 60 in Philly, 56 New York, and 59 your temp in Cumberland for Western Maryland this afternoon. This is what we're talking about. Look at this temperature tracker and how these numbers are just kind of all over the place. And Meg mentioned it earlier. This looks exactly like a roller coaster, and a pretty exciting and fun one, too. With 60s through Tuesday, we drop to the 40s Wednesday. We shoot back to the 70s on Thursday. We drop back to the 40s and 50s for the weekend, and then we're right back to the 50s and 60s next week. So that is exactly what we're talking about with these wild temperature swings. Here's a look at our future scan. This is taking you through the afternoon, seeing those clouds kind of hanging around, and again, a stray shower or two into the later part of the afternoon and evening time. We're not tracking a lot in the way of rain. The wind is going to pick up tomorrow from the west. Westerly wind coming across the mountains, so that keeps the temperatures warm but dries us out. So not looking for any precipitation on Tuesday. Then as we head to Wednesday, our temperatures will fall behind that cold front, and you can see a chance for a couple of showers by Wednesday afternoon as well. And then Thursday, we turn up that heat. We'll crank up more of that westerly and that southerly wind out ahead of another cold front. That's going to really help to increase our temperatures as we get later into the afternoon. The record high for Thursday is 78 degrees. We're going to make a run at it. It's a record from the 1800s, so we'll see if that stands as we get into Thursday afternoon. But for your President's Day, again, temperatures in the mid-60s for the afternoon. Again, a stray shower possible. Will be much colder this weekend. Saturday, some of the models want to bring some flakes flying, at least in some areas, but not looking like any major snowstorm here. Either way, we've got an interesting week ahead weather-wise. Meg?
That's for sure. Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, pretty quiet, not too interesting. We've got few cars out there. Perfect time to get up and head out if you do have to head to work still today. Still ahead, mounting tensions between the U.S. and China this morning. The warning coming from the Secretary of State when it comes to aiding Russia. Plus, former Governor Larry Hogan speaking on a possible 2024 presidential run, what he had to say about former President Donald Trump running, and if he would show support. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:53 developing this morning. World leaders gather in Munich, Germany for a high-stakes security conference. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says intelligence indicates that China is considering lethal assistance to the Russians for their war with Ukraine. Another top concern is China's surveillance program. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has the latest on this. Atra.
No apology coming from China for what American officials call a direct violation of U.S. sovereignty, classified as a Chinese spy balloon earlier this month.
I told Wang Yi, my Chinese counterpart, that that action was unacceptable and must never happen again.
China claims it was a weather balloon that veered off course and criticized the Biden administration's response as near hysterical. Republicans in Washington called it too weak and too late. Bipartisan collaboration now happening to decide how the U.S. should address and prevent future threats of Chinese aggression, not just against the U.S., but also Taiwan.
When we talk about particularly export controls, this balloon, by the way, had a lot of American parts in it. We don't have to sell them the very technology. They can put it in their advanced weapon systems.
A high-stakes, delicate balance of standing up to China without pushing them even closer to Russia and provide them with lethal support ahead of this week's one-year mark of their invasion of Ukraine.
I made clear that that would have serious consequences in our relationship. I don't want to get into the details in this moment, but there are various kinds of lethal assistance that they are at least contemplating providing, to include weapons.
A move that would almost certainly cause irreparable damage to the U.S.-China relationship.
To the Chinese, if you jump on the Putin train now, you're dumber than dirt. It would be like buying a ticket on the Titanic after you saw the movie.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken accusing China of trying to have it both ways. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who's visiting Moscow Monday, still not condemning the invasion, but at the Munich Security Conference announcing an upcoming peace plan while using language seen as trying to drive a wedge between the U.S. and Europe. Tensions between the East and West worsening as the world watches China's every move. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Taking you live to Washington, D.C. now this morning, following a group of anti-war activists demanding the U.S. to stop sending military aid to Ukraine. The libertarian group Rage Against the War Machine organized the rally. Apart from ending support for Ukraine, they want the U.S. to disband NATO and slash the Pentagon's budget. Former U.S. Representative Tulsi Gabbard spoke at the event and warned against provoking a war with Russia.
Now, anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that a Cold War can very quickly turn to a hot war. And that when you're waging a hot war against a nuclear-armed country, it's just a matter of time before it leads to the use of nuclear weapons.
It comes as Republican lawmakers call on President Biden to equip Ukrainian soldiers with F-16 fighter jets. According to the State Department, the U.S. has sent Ukraine roughly $25 billion in military assistance since Biden first took office, while other reports from the Pentagon have the number closer to $113 billion. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, our Ukraine coverage continues. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. will be live with a look at the anniversary of Russia declaring war on Ukraine and how volunteers continue to help. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan looking ahead to the 2024 election. The governor has said he is seriously considering running for president himself, but has not committed yet. On NBC's Meet the Press yesterday morning, he doubled down on his criticism of former President Donald Trump, saying if Trump does win the Republican nomination, he would not have Hogan's support.
I'm a lifelong Republican who wants to support the nominee of the party, whoever that is. However, I've said before I didn't support Trump. I wouldn't support Trump. I'd put the country ahead of party and not put somebody in that should not be the president.
Governor adding if he thought his own candidacy would help Trump win, he would consider not running at all. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with the former governor as he left office for a one-on-one interview where he addressed his next political steps. You can find that full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In a new deal, BGE is proposing rate increases for customers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives.
And the governor seems to be backing a bill that would increase sentences for folks with illegal gun offenses. We're live right now with the update just ahead.
And the United States sounding the alarm against Russia as we near that 1 year since the start of the war in Ukraine. The trip happening today for President Biden, just ahead from our live center.
Temperature's not too bad right now. We'll take a look at what they're going to do later today and later this week as well, where records could be broken.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, February 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the 60s again today. Mild start.
Yeah, not too bad this morning, and we'll see numbers again this afternoon well into the above average category for the holiday for a lot of folks who are celebrating a 3-day weekend. Looking out from our live cam in Towson, probably fewer cars on the roads this morning for your commute as a lot of folks are out. Kids are out of school as well. Looking at our Towson camera. Overall, not too bad. Temperatures are in the 40s and even some lower 50s right there. We're still hanging on to some 30s. Owens Mills and Cockeysville still in Towson. So just grab a light jacket if you're up early with us and you need to head out the door. Here's a look at your weather story for the day. Cloudy and cool morning, warmer afternoon ahead, and then we've got some wild temperature swings that we'll be talking about here later this week. So Mr. Bo overall says we're going to be good to go. Numbers staying in the upper 40s and lower 50s on your morning drive. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not.
Continuing coverage this morning of Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE.
Many are now questioning the mayor's motives with the deal and his overall transparency.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the concerns from the Baltimore City Comptroller, Bill Henry. Olivia?
Well, on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall, and the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract. Now, this deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. Baltimore would also receive $1.5 million a year from BGE in fees. But as you mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure BGE is offering a good deal.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
Henry believes the deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Now, Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of that vote. Besides the meeting on Thursday, the Comptroller says that the deal will be back on the agenda for the board's next meeting, which is on March 1st. Back to you.
Olivia, did the Comptroller mention if anything could happen between now and the board's next meeting coming March?
Yeah, Tom, so Henry and Mosby are actually calling on the Attorney General to step in and investigate. So Comptroller Henry says that a lot could happen between now and then. Take a listen.
It's possible that by the time we get to March 1st, we will have done the level of due diligence that the council president and I feel is necessary to make a final decision on this.
Meanwhile, with this deal, Mayor Scott insists that he's doing what's best for Baltimore. For now, reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Last week, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor on the controversial deal.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No.
Fox 45 News questioned a rhetoric professor about the mayor's reaction to the question.
You don't answer a question by telling the person it's disrespectful. You answer the question. If you think it's irrelevant, you say it's irrelevant. His go-to reaction to bad news is not to talk about policy development, but to get angry at those who report the bad news and question about leadership.
Well, Fox 45 News took the topic to Baltimore residents, asking about the mayor's performance and whether or not he should run for re-election next year. Some support the mayor.
I believe that the mayor has done a great job, honestly.
Think he should run for re-election?
Sure.
Why do you think he should run for re-election?
Just because of how personally he is with the city and from what I've seen him and how he gets involved.
Others not so confident.
I'm giving him a D right now. First, get the crime out the way, because there's too many murders, too much open air drug market. We got to get that down. If he would.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you approve Mayor Scott's job performance? So far, 99% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
When it comes to the Board of Estimates, one councilman is now calling for it to be reformed or abolished. Coming up at 5:30, we take a look into the concerns surrounding the board and past efforts to change the overall makeup of the board.
Now, as the crime crisis continues, many residents, they're looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions. Taylor Stewart is joining us this morning with a response from the governor when we pressed him on a bill being backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Taylor.
That's right. That bill, House Bill 481, it is the only bill on the floor that would increase penalties for even first-time illegal gun offenders. Now, it seems to have the support of the governor.
As you said, it's backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. It aims to increase penalties to 3 to 5 years, regardless of their age. Supporters of this bill say it wouldn't take a judge's right to implement a sentence they feel is appropriate, saying offenders are only required to serve 25% of that time. Governor Wes Moore says while he supports this legislation, he thinks more needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
Now, the governor says his administration is investing in the Baltimore Police Department and Attorney General's office to build up the organized crime unit, but he didn't point to any piece of legislation that is currently up for debate at this point. We'll keep you updated, but for now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
5:06 now. In just hours, President Joe Biden is expected to leave for Warsaw, Poland.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center with the significance of this trip. Megan?
Yeah, taking you live to the White House here, guys, this morning, where the president is set to leave at 7 o'clock tonight. And it comes as the one-year anniversary of Russia's war in Ukraine approaches on Friday. Over the weekend, we saw Vice President Kamala Harris with these strong words.
The United States has formally determined that Russia has committed crimes against humanity. And I say to all those who have perpetrated these crimes and to their superiors who are complicit in these crimes, you will be held to account.
The vice president's speech citing evidence of attacks that deliberately targeted civilians, including the bombings of a maternity hospital and a theater where hundreds were killed. Now, as President Biden heads to Poland, he is expected to meet with the Polish president to discuss how to support Ukraine and bolster NATO's deterrence. He's also set to meet with NATO's Secretary General to reaffirm the United States' support for the security alliance. We're going to keep you posted as his two-day trip gets underway. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead on the early edition, the man convicted of shooting and killing a Navy midshipman's mother could soon hear his fate.
And this morning, we are hearing new details about the detective shot last week during a massive manhunt in Baltimore County. Just ahead, the good news about his condition.
Tracking mild temperatures once again for the afternoon. We'll break down what we can expect for the rest of the week ahead on Fox 45 Early Edition. Welcome back. 5:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning. President's Day is today, and looking out over the Inner Harbor. Everything looking nice and calm right now. We do have a chance for a couple of showers later this afternoon. It's really the temperatures we'll be talking about. As you can see, over the next 12 hours, numbers rise into the upper 50s and even low to mid 60s as we head into the afternoon. Should top out right about 65. That number almost 20 degrees above average where we typically are for this time of February. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:11 and happening today, NBA legend and Hall of Famer Magic Johnson will visit Morgan State University.
Now, Johnson is the chairman of Sodexo Magic. That's a French food and facilities management provider. In 2020, Morgan State University announced a new agreement with the company. For the first time since the partnership, Johnson will visit the campus, make a tour, and then engage with students. He will also deliver remarks to the community.
Big questions this morning about the recent conduit deal with BGE. Just ahead, why this now has some people calling for the end of the Board of Estimates.
And your morning coffee or frappuccino could come with a side of glass. Next in our consumer headlines, the recall alert that you need to take note of. 5:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Breaking news, we're getting word President Biden has made a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, and the unannounced visit comes just 4 days before the one-year anniversary. President Biden was spotted right outside the Michael Golden Dome Monastery with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We'll have more information throughout the morning.
Looking ahead this morning, the man found guilty of shooting and killing Michelle Cummings, a Navy midshipman's mother, will be sentenced this Friday. A jury found Angelo Herod guilty of the murder late last year. Cummings was in town to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy. She was hit and killed by a stray bullet outside the Graduate Hotel in June of 2021. Herod faces life in prison.
Now, topping your consumer news this morning, a recall alert. PepsiCo is recalling more than 25,000 cases of Starbucks vanilla Frappuccino bottles. The Food and Drug Administration says the product is being recalled because it could contain a foreign object thought to be glass. The FDA labeling the recall as Class 2, meaning the use or exposure of the product, quote, may cause temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequences. The affected Frappuccinos have Best Buy dates of March 8th or the 29th, June 4th or June 10th of 2023. Now, the bottle distributor PepsiCo is saying the recalled drinks are being taken off the market and they are not sold at any Starbucks retail locations. Analysts say major retailers could see sales decline this year. Tomorrow, major chains will begin releasing their results for the holiday quarter, which will give a more clear picture of where they stand. But it appears the shopping surge that followed the pandemic lockdown is now winding down. Retailers could be in store for a reality check. They may even have to cut costs to deal with the slowdown in sales. On top of that, there's lingering concern about a possible recession. Social trends show people are choosing to spend more money on experiences such as eating out or traveling and spending less on consumer goods. And Amazon is planning to double down on its physical grocery business. CEO Andy Jassy telling the Financial Times the company is looking for a format it likes after postponing its plan to grow the Amazon Fresh footprint. Amazon reported $720 million in impairment charges in the fourth quarter due to closing Amazon Fresh and Amazon Go stores with, quote, low growth potential. And Jassy says he is hopeful to have a favorable format to expand on this year.
The second Avatar movie is now in the top 3 films of all time. The Way of Water has taken Titanic's global place as the third ever highest earning movie. Now the Avatar sequel comes in with $2.2 billion in ticket sales, just a bit over Titanic's record. The original Avatar movie still reigns as the #1 film to bring in the most money ever.
5:17 on this Monday morning, and oh yeah, all right, not a bad weekend either at all. A little bit breezy yesterday.
Yeah, it was nice to see the sun out on Saturday, albeit a little chilly, but then yesterday was pretty nice, and today we're going to see a little cloud cover out there, but temperatures that are going to stay well above average. We're talking mid-60s again, as our temperatures are going to be on a wild ride this week, and you've got to just kind of hang on, especially when I get to that temperature tracker graphic I have here in just a few moments from right now. But overall, our Towson camera looking good on your President's Day. Today is also National Muffin Day. So if you like your favorite muffin and want to enjoy that today, yeah, go ahead, celebrate. Here's a look at our HD radar. All quiet along the eastern front right now. We're tracking a major winter storm that is going to be moving through the west coast of the United States and the northern tier states as well. They've already got winter storm warnings and advisories posted as that system is going to track across the northern tier states over the next few days. Just starting to get going right now with a few snow showers in parts of the Montana and up into northern parts of Minnesota as well. So just be aware of that later this week. That's going to be a major system that we'll have to be talking about. Temperatures nationwide, 59 in Denver, 81 in Dallas today, 70 in Oklahoma City, 60s and 70s for Nashville down through Atlanta and to Charlotte, and we'll be in the mid-60s right here at home as you head outside for your afternoon. Now, we have the bus stop forecast, but we'll go ahead and move right past that because a lot of kids are pretty much out of school today for President's Day and that 3-day weekend. 50 your temp in the 8 o'clock hour on your day planner if you're heading out there at Fed Hill, Cross Street Market. And we're looking at numbers in the lower 60s by noontime. You are going to see a little bit more cloud cover later this afternoon. May see a stray shower or two later today, but overall, those numbers will climb right back into the mid-60s. And you can see those numbers well above average for Carroll and Baltimore counties, all up and down the eastern seaboard. We're seeing those numbers in parts of Howard and Arundel counties also in those mid-60s today. This is the number or the graphic that I wanted you to pay attention to, our temperature tracker. Look at these numbers, 60s today and tomorrow, only 49 Wednesday. We shoot up to 77 on Thursday and could be seeing record high numbers, and those numbers fall off dramatically again right as we head into this upcoming weekend. So just be aware of that. Now on our future scan, again, a few clouds kind of hanging around. That will be throughout the afternoon. May see a stray shower later into the evening time. The wind is going to pick up tomorrow as that strong cold front passes through. So we'll see windy conditions on your Tuesday and then a chance of another shower rolling in on Wednesday as well, with those temperatures that will be really kind of up and down is what we're talking about. As we head toward the end of the weekend, we will see the potential for some showers on Saturday, maybe even a few flakes flying in some parts of the area with that colder air that'll be in place. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look now at what's happening on the roadways at this early hour as we look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the cameras around. Justin, you are right. Not a lot of people up and out this morning. They're still home enjoying the President's Day holiday.
Mayor Scott's new deal with BGE is raising concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what this means for the mayor and the Board of Estimates' future.
And the governor unveiling his $500 million education agenda, what it does not include and what's in that plan just ahead. You're watching Fox 45, Good Day Baltimore.
Back to that breaking news. We want to take you live right now to Kyiv. We're taking you in the Ukraine where we see now this is a live situation right now. The camera work's been a little shaky, but that's President Joe Biden now. Standing next to him on the right there is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, just walking into the palace there, and he's making some signatures. He's not exactly sure what they are signing, but we're going to get some more information. Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning and will be actually giving us a little bit more information about the surprise visit from President Joe Biden in the Ukraine 4 days before Russia attacked Ukraine a year ago. Continuing coverage this morning, Michigan State University students, staff, and faculty expected to return to campus today as classes resume. Today marks 1 week after a man shot and killed 3 students, injured 5 others. School officials say they are stepping up security on campus and asking instructors to accommodate students throughout the rest of the semester. As of yesterday, more than 22,000 students signed a petition urging the university to hold hybrid or online class options. Officials say those arrangements will depend on the class.
Some courses lend themselves to that type of option, some do not. And so it'll all depend on these instances. But all faculty have been asked and instructed to make sure that they will engage with their students around these type of questions, and that they engage in a manner that is empathetic and appropriate for the circumstances.
University is arranging to cover the medical costs for the 5 students injured in that shooting. 4 are still in critical condition.
One person is dead and 10 more are injured in a pair of shootings Memphis police believe are connected. Yesterday, authorities released these images of 3 persons of interest. Investigators believe they were at the Live Lounge nightclub when the shootings took place and say one of them may be injured. Police responded to the first shooting around 1 a.m. They found 7 people injured, 2 in critical condition. While on the scene, they were notified of a second shooting about a mile away where 1 man was found dead and 3 others in critical condition.
Republican Senator Eric Schmidt is taking aim at the Biden administration. He's calling out the traveling secretary, Pete Buttigieg, for not visiting East Palestine, Ohio, after that disastrous train derailment and the leaked toxic chemicals.
It's been a no-show in Ohio, and so the American people are right to be upset about this. They demand answers. They demand a presence by this administration to know that they're going to take care of these issues.
It's not just Republicans voicing frustrations. Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown is also demanding action from the president. He blames the incident on weak worker and environmental regulations.
I've urged President Biden by phone yesterday. I've urged Secretary Buttigieg by phone yesterday to make sure that they look at all these rules and strengthen them. Part of it's on Congress. Congress has got to do its job better. But there's simply, Pam, as you know, Pamela, there's simply too much influence by corporate lobbyists in Washington.
150-car Norfolk Southern train derailed in Ohio earlier this month, spilling some chloride and other chemicals. Officials claim municipal water is safe to drink, but residents, they are still skeptical.
Still ahead on the early edition, a cool start to the morning, but that will change. Our weather authority team lets us know when we could see temperatures in the 70s.
Plus, world leaders condemning Chinese surveillance efforts in American airspace, why some are questioning the response. Just ahead from our live center. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday. Welcome back. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's President's Day. A lot of kids are off today, and there's a lot of businesses closed down.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's here at work, but he's talking about a really nice forecast for the upcoming week.
Yeah, we've got temperatures that are going to stay basically above average, guys, especially as we head later into the work week. And as we head into Thursday, could be talking about record high temperatures. But over the Inner Harbor now, quiet conditions. Sun coming up here just about 6:52 this morning as you rise and shine with us. Upper 40s over the next few hours. We'll keep those clouds around. Really not tracking any rain for now. May see a stray shower later today into the evening time. But check these 60s out both today and tomorrow. Notice on Wednesday over the next 3 days, those numbers right back down into the 40s. So we've got the up and down numbers that we'll be talking about throughout this upcoming week. And we'll take a closer look at that in my full forecast in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a live look from Loch Raven Boulevard here over the 695 and 95 inner outer loops, working great. No issues to report at 5:31 on a Monday morning.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions arise when it comes to transparency from Mayor Brendan Scott on the recent conduit deal with BGE.
Now, one city council member is calling for the Board of Estimates be reformed or completely abolished.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from City Hall with the concerns. Olivia?
So Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates, and he's proposing replacing appointed and elected members with people from the community or just getting rid of the board entirely.
This is an opportunity for Baltimoreans, those of us that live here, that are sending our kids to school here, that deal with the day-to-day issues, but that love our city, to have a voice in reshaping it.
Now, City Comptroller Bill Henry doesn't believe abolishing the board is the way to go, but he says it needs to be reformed. This is not the first time that idea has been presented, because back when Comptroller Henry and Mayor Scott were both on City Council, they called to increase transparency of the board. Now, that bill failed in 2020. Fast forward, though, to today, and taxpayer watchdog David Williams is questioning Mayor Scott bypassing the board to approve the conduit deal with BGE.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
This is now the second time the mayor has walked back on something he said as council president. You may remember in December, the mayor accepted a donation from city contractor J.P. Grant. Now, that's the same contractor he returned a donation from during his time as council president, because Grant was accused of illegally giving former mayor Catherine Pugh $170,000. Meanwhile, because of this controversial conduit deal, BGE customers can expect their bill to increase by about $124 annually. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:33, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, we're learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan.
Now, it comes on the heels of a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools where not a single student among those tested is performing math at grade level.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with how the governor is reacting. Taylor.
Well, Patrice, he's disappointed by the report. Recall, he ran on an agenda that was about bettering public education in our schools, and he says that is what's happening right now at the state level, pointing to the $500 million additional dollars they plan to add to the Kerwin plan. Now, he says along with that budget, there needs to be some accountability for that funding, though.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
While the governor is giving millions to the Kerwin plan, which already calls for millions of dollars in new spending for schools, Project Baltimore is reporting that there are plans from the governor to cut the Boost program. Governor Larry Hogan created that program to provide low-income families with scholarships to get their children out of the public school system and send them to a private or charter school of their choice.
Taylor, is there any indication as to why the governor is considering cutting the funds for the scholarship program?
Well, the Boost program doesn't necessarily incentivize public schools to do any better because people can choose to take their kids out of school. So that's something we'll be looking into. But Project Baltimore has a full report on that in the coming days. We'll keep you updated with that. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Fox 45 News, Taylor Stewart.
Thank you, Taylor. Making your headlines this morning, Baltimore County detective hurt in the manhunt for the alleged shooter earlier this month has been released from the hospital. Detective Jonathan Chi spent 10 days at shock trauma. Police say the shooter shot 2 officers before getting away from police during a barricade situation in Cockeysville. Charging documents said that 24-year-old shot Detective Chi after he had been on the run for more than 24 hours and stole the detective's vehicle after shooting him 4 times. And this shooter is facing 3 charges of attempted murder. He will be in court next month. Top U.S. officials now claiming they have little doubt that China was trying to survey military sites with its balloon that was shot down earlier this month.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new information just coming into the newsroom. Megan?
A lot happening, guys, right now. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that balloon may be part of a much larger problem. This, of course, coming after meeting with China's top diplomat for the first time since it happened during a news conference in Germany.
More than 40 countries have had these balloons go over their territory, and this goes back some years. This program's been around for a few years. So there's a real concern that I'm hearing here from other countries, from allies and partners alike.
Blinken says he made it very clear in the meeting that it was unacceptable. It must never happen again. This is the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations addressed new concerns that China may be considering providing lethal support to Russian troops.
But we also have to be clear that if there are any thoughts and efforts by the Chinese and others to provide lethal support to the Russians in their brutal attack against Ukraine, that is unacceptable. Again, that would be a red line.
As of right now, China has refrained from condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This unfolding here, guys, as we are getting word from the president himself, some breaking news that he is now in Kyiv in a surprise visit. We know he is meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, taking you live to where they are meeting right now. We're digging into this. We're hearing it has to do with some additional aid being announced from the U.S. to Ukraine as well. I'm going to have much more on this story coming up in our 6 o'clock hour. But again, a surprise visit from President Biden to Kyiv here this morning. That's the latest from our live center.
This is a challenge, and this is a real problem. That's a problem that we're seeing all across the state.
Fox 45 News is pressing Governor Wes Moore on the crime crisis plaguing Baltimore. His stance on a bill that is backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates.
Football season's over. A big question mark, though, remains around Baltimore. Comes to Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Just ahead this morning, the progress being made elsewhere on the team.
Plus, a dry day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when our next weather maker rolls in. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
541, and making your headlines this Monday morning, actor and comedian Richard Belzer has died after reportedly dealing with several health issues.
Sad to hear this over the weekend. Belzer began his career as a stand-up comedian in the 1970s. He's best known, though, for his role as the cynical but reliable Detective John Munch. That character made an appearance on several shows, including The Wire. He was 78 years old.
The process has been rushed. People, communities feel shut out.
Well, outrage continues this morning as BGE proposes big rate hikes for customers. Why many are questioning the motives of the mayor and efforts from other Baltimore City leaders to gain clarity.
Residents of Baltimore grade Mayor Brandon Scott the split feelings on his performance. 542, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.545, making your headlines this Monday morning. One person is dead, 4 others are injured after a shooting in New Orleans. This happened last night right along the Bacchus Parade route. Now, a juvenile is among the shooting victims, a young girl. Police say they were able to arrest a suspect, and they also confiscated 2 weapons after that shooting.
Really not something we wanted to see. We really wanted this to be a safe Mardi Gras, and we continue to work towards that end.
Well, the investigation into a motive, though, is still underway.
545, a consumer alert for you this morning. Twitter is making some security changes. The platform is disabling 2-factor authentication by text for non-Twitter Blue subscribers. 2-factor authentication requires users to type in their password and then enter a code or a security key to access their accounts. It is one of the primary methods for users to keep Twitter accounts secure. Twitter says it will make the change March 20th, and it is because they say they've seen bad actors abuse the phone number-based 2-factor authentication. Twitter says users will have 2 other ways to authenticate their Twitter logins at no cost: an authentication mobile app and a security key. Twitter Blue costs $11 a month for iOS and Android subscribers.
While the Ravens remain committed to their biggest offseason priority, getting a contract for number 8, Lamar Jackson, they at least crossed a major need off of their list, a new offensive coordinator. Former Georgia offensive coordinator Todd Monken will be introduced officially tomorrow. Now, Monken's introduction tomorrow will hopefully help answer some questions like, was Jackson involved in the hiring process? And is the MVP quarterback's future something Monken wanted to know about before taking this gig with the Ravens? So many.
Still around Lamar. I don't know what I think anymore. All right, it is 5:47. What I do know is that we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Favorite kind of muffin on National Muffin Day?
Blueberry.
Well, since he said that, let me go a different way.
You don't have to. You can have the same kind.
That's also a good one. I like that one.
What?
Crayon orange.
Oh, crayon
What about
orange.
like a coffee cake one?
Ooh,
coffee cake.
I like that one too. A little
Chocolate
crumbles
chip.
on it. Ooh, yeah.
There you
One
go.
that's right here. That's warm.
As opposed to not.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you know what? If we keep talking about it, guys, we'll will it into existence, and some executive producer back there will eventually send muffins our way. So, good morning to you. Happy Muffin Day. Happy Monday. Our Towson camera right now, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, looking good right down York Road at this time. Our temperatures, upper 40s and right at 50 degrees officially in Towson. Not much in the way of wind at this time. We will see a little bit of wind pickup later today as we head into the later part of the afternoon. Overall, very quiet conditions along the East Coast. Really nothing happening here in the mid-Atlantic all the way up toward the Northeast. We are seeing a strong storm system that is going to develop, over the northern tier states and the West Coast over the next couple of days. We're talking about feet of snow in Minneapolis and parts of northern Minnesota, and that area of the country is going to get hit with a lot of snow. You can already see all of those watches and warnings. Those are all winter storm watches and warnings. So that's what folks there are going to have to deal with. Our snow drought is essentially going to continue at least for the rest of this week. We may have a chance of getting some white stuff as we head into Saturday. I'll talk about that in the 7-day in just a moment. Upper 40s and lower 50s as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours. Hopefully enjoying a nice warm muffin. 6:52 is your sunrise. We're still about an hour away from that happening. Golfers, if you do want to get out today, well, not a bad day to do that. We're talking about lower 60s into that noon hour and mid 60s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Definitely keeping the cloud cover around. Really not tracking much in the way of rain. Maybe late this afternoon into the evening time, we'll get a better chance at a sprinkle or two. But check these numbers here. Low to mid 60s, Westminster, Bel Air to Cockeysville, 65, Baltimore City, 64, Annapolis. A little cooler for you on the eastern shore with mid to upper 50s for Easton and Denton up into Chestertown over to Stevensville as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those temperatures well above average for Philly and New York, down through Baltimore and D.C., even down the ocean in the mid-50s today. Overall, your outdoors cast, we stay mild. Tomorrow, definitely windier. I have a yellow light on Wednesday. That's going to be our next chance to see any kind of actual precipitation rolling through. But you can see on our future scan, taking you through the later part of the day today, the cloud cover stays with us. Maybe a stray shower 6, 7 o'clock this evening. Probably not going to amount to much. Tomorrow, the wind is going to pick up. That's that strong cold front coming through. So windy conditions for you on Tuesday afternoon. Colder air filters in back behind that on Wednesday. And again, late Wednesday afternoon into the evening, a better chance of a couple of showers. And then we shift our focus to talking about the potential record warm temperatures on Thursday afternoon, where some of us could see 70s and even upper 70s at that. So here's that 7-day forecast. These numbers kind of wild. Mid 60s today and tomorrow with upper 40s on Wednesday, mid to upper 70s Thursday. The record for that day set in 1874, guys, and it is 78 degrees. So we're going to make a run at it, Tom.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you, Justin. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Looking at drive times, no issues there. The only incident that we have to report, 295-95, right there at the Cal Ripken Way. There's 2 vehicles there, flashing lights blocking the right lane, and it looks like the right median strip there, so the shoulder. So there's just 1 lane getting by, so a little bit of slowdown. Here's a live look now from your Lens Solar mobile track, and it is moving along in Glen Burdy, right on the outer loop here. Comptroller Bill Henry speaks 101 with Fox 45 News. Just ahead, why the BGE conduit contract still on the agenda for the upcoming Board of Estimates meeting.
Federal financial statements may not be reliable. Just ahead this morning, the rush to get pandemic aid out and the problems it may have caused.
Taking you live to Keys this morning, President Joe Biden making a surprise visit and a speech he's giving right now. We'll bring you more details on the visit throughout the morning. 5:51 is your time.
Long ago, you told us, you told the Congress, quote, "We have no fear, nor should anyone in the world have it," end of quote. You and all Ukrainians
consumer news. Pets are adjusting to inflation as pet owners cut costs. According to the January Consumer Price Index, the cost of pet food is up 15% year over year, and pet products are up 12%. The Wall Street Journal found that nearly half of 1,000 pet owners surveyed by the platform Zappy have been trying to save on pet costs this past year, some even delaying vet visits or switching to at-home grooming.
As leaders in Washington butt heads about how to address the debt ceiling and prepare to put together a federal budget, a new audit from a nonpartisan Government Accountability Office finds serious weaknesses and ineffective control in how parts of the federal government report their finances. National correspondent Asha Aldenshar gives us a closer look.
For not the first time, the Government Accountability Office is unable to say whether federal financial statements are reliable or not. An annual audit finding discrepancies, mismanagement, and an unsustainable long-term fiscal path. One major source of the problem is already under scrutiny: pandemic aid getting into the wrong hands, to the tune of $247 billion at least. Nearly 3 years later, it's clear, too often, speed took precedence over accuracy in getting the money out.
As a result of these trade-offs, self-certification in particular, these programs were more susceptible to fraud than they would have been otherwise.
The head of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee says it may take years to learn the scope of the fraud. The GAO also pointing to bookkeeping at the Pentagon, which has been scrutinized for years, finding, quote, DOD could not demonstrate that its financial statements were consistent with underlying records. This at a time when defense spending is critical for both national security and supporting foreign policy priorities like aiding Ukraine.
We're laser focused on making sure that we provide a capability and not just platforms.
The GAO says practices are improving, but the government overall isn't keeping track of expenses effectively. At a time when America's finances, including debts, are a political lightning rod, the GAO calling on Congress to create a plan to put the country on a path to long-term fiscal sustainability. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
Baby formula company Abbott Laboratories is under another investigation by two governmental agencies. Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission is demanding information regarding Abbott's business and, quote, related public disclosures. And the Federal Trade Commission is looking into companies who bid for formula supply federal program contracts. All of this comes after Abbott's production plant shut down, triggered just a nationwide formula shortage. Investigations and inspections by the Justice Department and the FDA have already been in progress.
In a new deal, BGE is proposing rate increases for customers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives.
The governor backing a bill proposed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates, but he says it doesn't go far enough. The crime legislation moving through the House right now.
We're going to have a wild temperature swing that we'll deal with this week, with numbers well above average and possibly breaking records. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Kids, you get to sleep in a little bit if you're celebrating President's Day today for most public schools.
Yeah, how nice for them. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, and nice for us because you're talking about a great week ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, did you guys get back in the day Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday off? Because growing up, we did.
It was so long ago, I don't remember.
12th and the 22nd.
12th and the 22nd.
We always got two days off in February, and now they're like, one day. So either way.
Monday.
Yeah, well, we're here, and it's all good, and we're happy to do that. And yeah, talking about those above average numbers this week that are going to continue to climb, essentially, with those temps that will keep going up. Our Towson camera looking good right now. Numbers have come down into the 40s. Most of us, you can see statewide, are in the 30s and 40s here. 46 Westminster, 43 in Bel Air, almost 50 in Baltimore City, and we're at 45 as you wake up with us in Annapolis this morning. So a cloudy and cool morning, warmer afternoon ahead, and then the wild wild temperature swings that we're tracking later this week. That's the big weather story. Mr. Bo says we are mainly good to go. Of course, not a lot of folks out there today with the holiday upper 40s and lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Tom, how is it looking out there? Any major issues so far?
Roads look great. The only issue we have to report around the Baltimore region is you're taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and you see the drive times there is Cal Ripken Way. We're talking about 95 right before you get on the 395. Two vehicles involved there, a lot of flashing lights and some delays because of those two vehicles that are over to the right shoulder now.
The deal has not been approved because we did not attend last Wednesday's meeting as scheduled, and as such, they did not have quorum.
Continuing coverage this morning of Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE. Many now questioning the mayor's motives with that deal and his overall transparency.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the concerns from the Baltimore City Comptroller, Bill Henry. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall. Now, the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract, and this deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. Baltimore would also receive $1.5 million a year from BGE in fees. But as you mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure that BGE is actually offering a good deal.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
Henry believes the deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of the vote. Besides the meeting on Thursday, the Comptroller says that the deal will be back on the agenda for the board's next meeting, which is on March 1st. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, did the Comptroller say if anything is expected to happen between now and that next meeting?
Yeah, Patrice, so Henry and Mosby are actually calling on the Attorney General to step in and investigate. So Comptroller Henry says that a lot could happen between now and then. Take a listen.
It's possible that by the time we get to March 1st, we will have done the level of due diligence that the council president and I feel is necessary to make a final decision on this.
Meanwhile, Mayor Scott insists that with this deal, he's doing what's best for Baltimore. For now, reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Last week, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor on the controversial deal.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No.
Fox 45 News spoke to a rhetoric professor about the mayor's reaction to the question.
You don't answer a question by telling the person it is disrespectful. You answer the question. If you think it's irrelevant, you say it's irrelevant. His go-to reaction to bad news is not to talk about policy development, but to get angry at those who report the bad news and question about leadership.
Well, Fox 45 News took that topic to Baltimore residents, asking about the mayor's performance and whether or not he should run for re-election next year. Some support the mayor.
I believe that the mayor has done a great job, honestly.
You think he should run for re-election?
Sure.
Why do you think he should run for re-election?
Just because of how personally he is with the city and from what I've seen him and how he gets involved.
Others not so confident.
I'm giving him a D right now. First, get the crime out the way, because there's too many murders, too much open air drug market. We got to get that down. If he was up for re-election right now, he wouldn't win.
Well, when it comes to the Board of Estimates, one councilman is calling for it to be reformed or abolished. Coming up at 6:30, we take a look into the concerns surrounding the board and past efforts to change the overall makeup of the board. As the crime crisis continues, many residents are looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with the response from the governor when we talk to him about a bill that's being backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. We're talking about House Bill 481. It is the only bill on the floor in the Maryland State Senate that addresses penalties for illegal gun offenders. Now, City State Attorney Ivan Bates, as you said, backed this bill. It would raise the maximum penalty for illegal gun owners and offenders from 5 years to 3 years, from 3 years to 5 years, rather. Supporters of the bill say it will not take a judge's right to determine an appropriate sentence if they feel it's necessary. Right now, offenders are only required to serve 25% of their sentence. Governor Wes Moore says he thinks this is the right move, but says more needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
The governor says his administration is investing in the Baltimore City Police Department as well as the Attorney General's office, but did not point to any specific legislation that's moving through the House right now with respect to those matters. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Parents are angry, and frankly, these results are infuriating.
Maryland's governor is responding to the Project Baltimore report revealing shocking test scores at some city schools, his plans to solve the problem, and where he's cutting funding.
President Biden making a surprise visit to Kyiv ahead of his trip to Poland. His words of strength to the country of Ukraine just days before the one-year anniversary of the war.
Temps not too bad right now. A little cool as you make your way out, but we're warming up again for the afternoon. We'll talk about that and those wild temperature swings coming up later this week on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Welcome back. 6:10 is your time on our Weather Authority forecast here. Temperatures are not too bad right now. Definitely grab at least a light jacket as you're about to make your way outside. Looking out over the inner harbor, we've got calm conditions and those clouds that are kind of hanging around as well. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. Numbers steadily climbing mid to upper 50s, taking you through 11 a.m. And then we'll be on our way to the low and mid 60s for a lot of us later this afternoon. We'll keep those 60s going tomorrow, but check that Wednesday temperature only upper 40s. So that's when we'll start to see a cool down. However, it's brief. We'll take a look at how much warmer we get on Thursday, or I'll maybe even say hotter. It's coming up in a few.
6:11 now. Breaking news this morning. President Biden is in Ukraine.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning about this surprise visit. Megan.
A lot unfolding, guys, just in the last hour here. The president making his visit known just about an hour ago, sending off a series of tweets. He goes on to write, when Putin launched his invasion nearly 1 year ago, he thought Ukraine was weak and the West was divided. He thought he could outlast us, but he was dead wrong. The president goes on to say support from the U.S. and a coalition of nations will endure. The president delivering those remarks at a meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky just minutes ago, announcing an additional $500 million in U.S. assistance and reassuring Ukraine of American and allied support as the conflict continues. We are getting word later today the president is expected to meet and visit Poland, meeting with the Polish president, and is expected to discuss how to support Ukraine and bolster NATO's deterrence. He's also set to meet with NATO's Secretary General to reaffirm the United States' support for the security alliance. Taking you live to Russia here this morning. We've got a live shot from Moscow. We know all of this is unfolding as the 1-year anniversary of Russia's war in Ukraine approaches on Friday. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, our Ukraine coverage continues. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station out of Washington, D.C. will be live with a look at the anniversary of Russia declaring war on Ukraine and how volunteers continue to help.
But we also know that this is political silly season, and folks are going to say politically silly things. But that's not a fight that I'm going to get into.
The mayor is firing back after receiving criticism for giving BGE control over the city's conduit system. Just ahead, why he's pushing his BGE deal when so many other leaders are urging him to stop.
Maryland lawmakers unveil their bill to launch marijuana sales. Just ahead, how much tax revenue is expected to come in and the downsides to the legalization. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing now, the death toll following a devastating earthquake in Turkey and Syria has now surpassed 45,000.
The UN says the full scope of the deaths in Syria may take even more time to determine. Meanwhile, in Turkey, officials have ended search and rescue operations in 9 of the 11 impacted provinces. The World Health Organization estimates that 26 million people across both nations will need humanitarian aid.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken tours the devastation in both Turkey and Syria. He pledged $100 million in aid to help that region.
When you see the extent of the damage, the number of buildings, the number of apartments, the number of homes that have been destroyed, it's going to take a massive effort to rebuild. But we're committed to supporting Turkey in that effort.
Well, according to Turkey's government, more than 105,000 buildings have been destroyed or in need of urgent demolition. Total American assistance for this earthquake response is now at $185 million. Private U.S. non-governmental organizations have also contributed roughly $66 million so far. Making our headlines this Monday morning, Michigan State University students, staff, and faculty expected to return to campus today as classes resume. Now, today marks 1 week after a man shot and killed 3 students and injured 5 others. School officials say they are stepping up security on campus and asking instructors to accommodate students throughout the rest of the semester. More than 23,000 students signed a petition urging the university to hold hybrid or online class options. Officials say those arrangements will depend on the class.
Some courses lend themselves to that type of option, some do not. And so it'll all depend on these instances. But all faculty have been asked and instructed to make sure that they will engage with their students around these type of questions, and that they engage in a manner that is empathetic and appropriate for the circumstances.
University is arranging to cover the medical costs for those 5 students who were injured by the shooting. 4 are still in critical condition.
It is 6:18 now, and we are starting a new work week, and it is bringing some really nice weather.
It is. In fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about President's Day and warm up again.
Yeah, exactly right. And maybe kind of a short work week for some, as people may be taking the 3-day weekend off. A lot of stuff closed today, probably not getting any mail, right?
No banking.
Banking, can't do the banking, got to do it online. Yeah, all that stuff. As we take you outside right now, overall our temperatures are going to be mild for the afternoon. Once again, we hit 60 yesterday. Overall, not a bad day for sure. And you can see on our weather headlines, looking out over the Inner Harbor, our temps right now are in the upper 40s, and we're on our way to the mid 60s for you later today. So kind of a cloudy and cool morning leading to a warmer afternoon ahead. Then those wild temperature swings will be the big weather story that we'll be talking about over the next couple of days, heading into our final full week of February. Think about that. Next week, couple of days, and then that's it. March is right around the corner. So here's a look at your jogging cast. If you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, we're talking upper 40s and into the lower 50s through that 7 and 8 o'clock hour. Golfers who do want to get out there today, overall, we do stay mainly dry. Lower 50s by 9 a.m. into the 60s by noon, or any outdoor activities you have planned for the afternoon today. Numbers getting into the mid 60s, maybe seeing a stray shower late this afternoon into the evening time. So don't be surprised if you get a raindrop or 2 on your head. We'll keep those temperatures into Carroll and Baltimore counties climbing. We're talking low to mid 60s for Westminster across into the Hereford zone, 62 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, Perry Hall and White Marsh in those low 60s as well down through Essex and Middle River. Even in Hartford and Cecil counties, you're going to see some of those low 60s as well. 65 in Perryman for the afternoon. Where it's a little bit cooler will be for you on the eastern shore, where we'll get to the upper 50s, still well above average, but Chestertown over to Rock Hall and Centerville mainly in those mid to upper 50s throughout the day today. Here's that temperature tracker. This is the graphic that I've been showing most of the morning. And if this doesn't look like a roller coaster, I don't know what does, with those numbers that will be all over the place, literally. 66 tomorrow, then we drop to the upper 40s on Wednesday, then we crank it right back up to the mid to upper 70s on Thursday. Short-lived, because we fall right back down to the 40s and 50s as we head toward the weekend. So while we could be talking about record warmth on Thursday, we could see a few flakes flying in some areas on Saturday. Yeah, so the changing of the seasons is coming. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying mainly dry today. Again, maybe a stray shower or 2 late this afternoon. The wind will pick up tomorrow as that strong cold front passes through. Wednesday afternoon, definitely colder, and a few stray showers for you by Wednesday late into the day. But then Thursday is when we really heat up. Of course, today is President's Day. We're now just under 3 weeks until we spring forward with our time change. St. Patty's Day in 25 days. 4 weeks from today is the spring equinox. But remember, next Wednesday, meteorological spring begins, as that is March 1st. So here's that 7-day forecast. Not a lot of rain to get in your way. As I mentioned, as we head towards Saturday, we will have a few showers around, and some areas to the south could pick up a flake or two with those colder temperatures flying around.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there is an accident that's been reported in Baltimore City on 95 North near 295 BW Parkway. So right now, both the right and the left shoulders are blocked, but traffic is still getting slowly by since there's not a lot of traffic out there. But you may want to avoid the area for your early morning commute. Here is a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. Our photographer Graham is out on 32 West, and look at that. He's almost alone out there, smooth sailing.
We're learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan, what is not included in that plan and what is. We'll tell you about it just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Furniture that tips over can be a deadly danger inside many homes. Just ahead, the new law that promises important changes to the way some of your furniture is manufactured.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.625 on this Monday morning. Hundreds of young children have died, thousands more injured from falling furniture or televisions. Now a new law promises important changes to the way some furniture is manufactured. Here's what's new, and a reminder to parents about an important safety step to keep your kids safe. On the morning of December 30th, Washington, D.C. firefighter Daniel Brong and his 2-year-old daughter Zoe were just tidying up her room when the unthinkable happened.
Zoe started opening up the drawers. When she had opened 2 of those little drawers on the top, the dresser came down right on her foot. And I was like, oh no.
The dresser crushing 2 of Zoe's toes, nearly severing them. Doctors were able to fully reattach her toes, and within a few weeks, she healed in a cast. Over the past 2 decades, hundreds of young children have died. Thousands have been injured from falling furniture or televisions. But those grim statistics could soon be changing, all thanks to a new law called the Sturdy Act. It requires all dressers and similar products made of or sold in the United States, including those under 30 inches tall, to meet minimum safety standards regarding sturdiness and strength testing.
15 years since I lost my son Charlie to a tip over, and this problem has gone on way too long, and I think we've really established a law here that's going to protect children for many, many years going forward.
Consumer Reports advocated for the new law and reminds parents that even with these new protections, it's still strongly recommended that all furniture be properly anchored to the walls, no matter the height, weight, or manufacturing date of the product.
To say that I'm thankful that it tipped over, I'm not, but I learned a lot from it. I've secured 4 other dressers in our house to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Now, if you're not sure how to actually anchor some furniture to the walls, Consumer Reports has step-by-step guides on how to do it on a lot of social media outlets. There's videos on YouTube. Mostly cloudy afternoon today. Our Weather Authority team will let us know when we could expect our next weather maker.
Mayor Scott's new deal with BGE is raising concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what this means for the mayor and the Board of Estimates' future. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A warmer day ahead. Got a little windy yesterday afternoon. It was like, all right, I don't, shorts and T-shirts. Then all of a sudden at night, woo, a little nippy.
I like the warm. I'm not ready for the shorts and T-shirt yet. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
I'm telling you, Thursday, you will absolutely need shorts, T-shirts, flip-flops, all of that, because we're going to talk about record-breaking temperatures and then a few days later, possible snow. Yep. As for today, let's take a look outside. We've got a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now from our Towson camera. Yeah, you'll definitely need a jacket as you make your way out because temperatures are hanging in the 30s and 40s as we see right now. 40 in Essex and Middle River, 37 in Rosedale, but mid-40s for you in Brooklyn Park and Glen Burnie. So Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Roads probably not too much of an issue in terms of the fact that not a lot of people are out there today, but upper 40s and lower 50s for your President's Day holiday. Should top out in the mid-60s this afternoon, well above average with the sun coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. However, probably won't see much of the sun today, guys, as we're talking about mostly cloudy skies for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network now and our cameras through the region, some people are up and out. They have to go into work today. A lot of people at home, though, so the roads are pretty light as far as volume.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions arise when it comes to transparency from Mayor Brendan Scott on the recent conduit deal with BGE.
Well, now one city council member is calling for the Board of Estimates to be reformed or completely abolished.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from City Hall. She's got more on those concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates. Now he is proposing replacing appointed and elected members with people from the community or just getting rid of the board entirely.
This is an opportunity for Baltimoreans, those of us that live here, that are sending our kids to school here, that deal with the day-to-day issues, but that love our city, to have a voice in reshaping it.
City Comptroller Bill Henry doesn't believe abolishing the board is the best way to go, but says it needs to be reformed. Now, this is not the first time that idea has been presented. Back when Comptroller Henry and Mayor Scott were both on City Council, they called to increase transparency of the board, but that bill failed in 2020. Fast forward to today, and taxpayer watchdog David Williams is questioning Mayor Scott bypassing the board to approve the conduit deal with BGE.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
This is now the second time the mayor has walked back on something he said as council president. You may remember back in December, the mayor accepted a donation from city contractor J.P. Grant. That's the same contractor he returned a donation from during his time as council president because Grant was accused of illegally giving former Mayor Catherine Pugh $170,000. Meanwhile, because of this controversial conduit deal, BGE customers can expect their bill to increase by about $124 annually. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, we are learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan.
Now, it comes on the heels of a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools where not a single student among those tested is able to perform math at a grade level.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with how the governor is reacting. Taylor.
Well, guys, he's upset, obviously disappointed with that report from Project Baltimore. He ran on an agenda that was focused on bettering public school education, and he says the state is doing just that. Right now, they've added an additional $500 million to the Kerwin plan. He says with that funding, with that budgetary spending, there needs to be some accountability.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
And while there are plans, it appears, to add millions more to the Kerwin plan, it does appear that the governor seems in favor of cutting Maryland's Boost program. That program was introduced by former Governor Larry Hogan. It gives scholarships to low-income families so they can send their child to the school they're choosing, whether that's a private school or a charter school. So we're going to have to wait and see what comes of that. Patrice, Tom.
Taylor, was there any indication why he is cutting the funds for that program?
Well, Governor Wes Moore has been very adamant from the start that he's focused on public education. This program would necessarily, essentially disincentivize the public school system, not incentivize them to do better because they're taking money away from the public schools and sending it to private. So we'll have to wait and see. Project Baltimore has a full report on this coming up in the week ahead. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. A massive manhunt comes to an end in Harford County, and this morning we're hearing more about the response. Just ahead, a look at the collaboration to make it all happen.
Expect unsteady but warming temperatures this week. Just ahead, what you can expect for your work week forecast. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
The skies give us plenty of time to showcase their artwork, like this circular halo. This atmospheric phenomenon happened late last week. Circular halos happen when sunlight passes through ice crystals in cirrus clouds high in the sky. That light gets refracted, then forms a halo around the sun. Now to a moment of peace with this view of a sunrise in Jonesboro, Tennessee.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Monday morning, President's Day 2023. So if you have the day off, we appreciate you hanging out and checking us out this morning, looking out over the stadiums. Before you know, we'll be talking about baseball at Camden Yards. Very excited about that as spring training gets underway in earnest this week in Florida. So here's a look at the next 12 hours. Not Florida numbers, but well above average, upper 50s and even low to mid 60s as we head toward your Monday afternoon.
Thank you, Justin. 6:40 now, and top U.S. officials now claiming they have little doubt that China was trying to survey military sites with its balloon that was shot down earlier this month.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with that new information coming into the newsroom. Megan.
Yeah, a lot unfolding on this, guys. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that balloon may be part of a much larger fleet. This, of course, coming after meeting with China's top diplomat for the first time since it happened, and this was during a conference in Germany.
More than 40 countries have had these balloons go over their territory, and this goes back some years. This program's been around for a few years. So there's a real concern that I'm hearing here from other countries, from allies and partners alike.
Blinken says that he made it very clear in the meeting that it was unacceptable and must never happen again. This as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations addressed new concerns that China may be considering providing lethal support to Russian troops.
But we also have to be clear that if there are any thoughts and efforts by the Chinese and others to provide lethal support to the Russians in their brutal attack against Ukraine, that is unacceptable. Again, that would be a red line.
Well, as of right now, China has refrained from condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And again, as we've been reporting here this morning, this all happening as President Biden makes a surprise visit to Kyiv this morning, announcing additional aid to Ukraine. We're going to have much more on this coming up in about 30 minutes. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. An ear infection can cause a lot of pain to your child if it's not treated. What you need to know when treating the infection.
Friday marks 1 year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Just ahead, how locals around the DMV area continue to show their support for Ukraine. 6:41, you are watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644, Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE is raising questions about the mayor's motives and his overall transparency. Olivia Dance joins us live this morning. And Olivia, Bill Henry is concerned about this plan, the city comptroller. What is his concern?
Yeah, Patrice, he is. And on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall. Now, the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract. This deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. But as you mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure that BGE is actually offering a good deal. Henry believes the deal deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of the vote. So coming up in about 15 minutes, find out what happens next. Plus, we're getting a closer look at the actions that Henry and Mosby are taking. Tom Patrice, back to you.
Now, many residents looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions to fix the crime in Maryland. Taylor Stewart joining us live now. And Taylor, how is the governor responding?
Well, it appears that the governor is in support of a bill backed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates that would increase the maximum penalties for gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years. Now, while the governor says this is a good first step, he says it's not a standalone measure. What else he thinks needs to be done here in the state of Maryland and specifically in Baltimore to curb crime, we're working on that for you in our 7 o'clock hour. We're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
6:46 now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Besides National Muffin Day, it's National Cherry Pie Day. Do you guys like cherry pie?
No.
I could eat cherry pie.
Yep, I know you could eat anything. You're a garbage disposal, but you, but me too. But you don't like cherry pie.
I'm not a pie person in particular. A couple of pies I like.
All right.
I wish I was that picky when it came to desserts. That would help me because, you know, it would avoid the whole muffin look.
Right, exactly. We don't want muffin tops, Tom.
No.
We got to get rid of those muffin tops. Gold jeans, gold jeans. All right, here's a look at our live cam in Towson. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy President's Day. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. I hope you had a great weekend and hopefully still maybe enjoying your 3-day weekend, as it's going to be a short work week for some and definitely a short school week for those kiddos. Upper 40s here right now in Towson. That's your temperature at this time. Southwest wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. And taking a look outside your HD radar, there's not much happening. There's a lot of cloud cover, really not much in the way of actual precip up and down the East Coast. Now, we've got a big winter storm that is brewing over the western half of the U.S. and the northern tier states. All of those are winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories. That's what we're dealing with here, and that's going to be plaguing that part of the country through most of this week. Do we get in on that? Not necessarily. We're not talking about temperatures cold enough for snow, possibly some of that by the weekend, which I'll highlight in just a moment. Highs today, only 29 in Bismarck, 46 in Chicago, 63 in St. Louis, 81 in Dallas this afternoon. We're talking upper 60s and lower 70s for Nashville down through Atlanta. And, of course, right here at home, we'll be in the mid-60s for the afternoon. So hanging out at Cross Street Market in that 8 o'clock hour, right about 50 degrees. We'll see those temps in the lower 60s. I think you can get away with doing lunch outdoors today. Why not? We do have that cloud cover that's going to be kind of hanging around. So not the bright sunshiny day, and may see a stray shower or two as we get later into the afternoon, with temperatures topping out in those mid-60s for your highs. Typically this time of year, 47. I know, sound like a broken record because we've been talking about above average temperatures almost every day, not only this year, but pretty much this season as well, as winter has just been dormant. We're talking about mid to upper 50s for you out toward the eastern shore, but most of us along the Chesapeake will be in the low to mid 60s, up to Philly and down to D.C. at 65 today, mid 50s down the ocean there at Ocean City. Now, this is the temperature tracker, and Ohio Players had a song called Love Roller Coaster. Well, this is it right here. I mean, look at this thing. Roller coaster. You see 66 Tuesday, 49 Wednesday, 77 on Thursday. What? It looks like something's wrong, right? I don't know, because temperatures are going to fall back down to Friday and Saturday in the 50s and even 40s, where some of us could even be talking about a few flakes flying by Saturday afternoon. So here's our future scan. We keep the clouds coming here throughout the afternoon today. Maybe a stray shower in that 6, 7 o'clock hour this evening. We're really not tracking much in the way of rain. Now, tomorrow, the wind is going to pick up. Temperatures stay above average, but below that cold front, or behind it, I should say. Colder temperatures on Wednesday, a few showers for Wednesday afternoon. Thursday, we tap into all of that warm air, and the record high for the day is 78, which was set in 1874. Going to be pretty darn close to that number, looking for a high officially of 77. Numbers fall off into Friday and Saturday, and again, some of those weather models do want to bring at least a few flakes to some of us by the time we get into Saturday afternoon, but temps in the 40s, probably not going to be much in the way of an actual snowstorm that is moving in for this weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. 640 or 650 now. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Looking great on this morning commute. A lot of people on vacation, and it's showing here in this commute. Here's a live look now from our Lens Solar mobile track. This is our photographer Graham on 695's inner loop as he's moving through, and still the same vision here throughout all major roads around the Baltimore region.
A recall alert for you this morning. PepsiCo is recalling more than 25,000 cases of Starbucks vanilla Frappuccino bottles. The Food and Drug Administration says the recall is due to the drinks possibly containing glass. The effective Frappuccinos have best buy dates of March 8th, May 29th, June 4th, and June 10th of 2023. The bottle distributor PepsiCo says that the recalled drinks are being taken off the market and they are not sold at any Starbucks retail locations. 6:50 now. While the Ravens remain committed to their biggest offseason priority, getting a contract for Lamar Jackson, they at least cross off another major need on the list, a new offensive coordinator.
Former Georgia offensive coordinator Todd Monken will be introduced officially tomorrow. Monken's introduction will hopefully help answer some questions like, was Lamar Jackson involved in this hiring process? Is the MVP quarterback's future something Monken wanted to know about before taking the Ravens OC gig?
Good questions.
Great questions. I want to know, too. We're less than 2 months away from tax day. Why you should expect a smaller tax refund this year.
Well, strength training, cardio, yoga, all help your body in some way. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, exercises that may strengthen your heart.
Oh, and if you're in need of a burst of energy before you head out to the gym, we've got you covered.
That's right. It is the perfect time for a coffee break.
What I've done is bring back stability into that office.
Mayor Scott also appears to be fine with conducting business in a manner that abuses the power with which the people have entrusted him from a transparent and open and accountable government.
Controversy still surrounds Mayor Brandon Scott's deal with BGE to give them control over the city's conduit system. The move has been met with heated backlash from council members, state senators, residents, all while Mayor Scott says he did what was in the best interest of Baltimore. Political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us with a look at this controversy. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So you just heard some of the criticism there. That is some of a lot of criticism. Council members were saying they didn't even know this was a deal being discussed. One former mayor says this goes directly against what the people voted for. What is happening here?
Well, the mayor is trying to show that he's decisive. He has been accused of being indecisive for a long time. He's also showing his independence of Council President Nick Mosby. But what he's done, he's allowed people who normally are not on the same aisle agreeing to come together to make you believe that BGE is undermining and could possibly raise rates, electricity rates, and with Baltimore citizens who are already trying to survive so many other issues of the economy that's impacting their everyday of life. And it's also a political season. The mayor said this is political silliness, but I think that a decision has also been made that the mayor is vulnerable and he can be challenged. And I think this is the first salvo to show that much of this is to come.
So one of the things you mentioned were people were concerned that their rates would be raised, and we're seeing that BGE is asking for a 5% rate hike over the next 3 years, and that's going to add another $10+ to people's bills over the course of that time. So some of the concerns of residents are what we're seeing.
You know, and listen, $10, Patrice, is a lot of money for some people. Whether people realize it or not. And I do think that it's one thing to say that BG&E is going to be responsible for the deterioration of this system, but the fact that they're not going to pay any money into the city coffers, I mean, that is just sometimes just unbelievable. I mean, the taxpayers should not carry the burden of the mayor showing his power and independence of giving them this contract, even though they don't have total autonomy, they don't have the ownership of it. But they will act like they have ownership of it because he's given them basically carte blanche.
Let me ask you this. Councilman Zeke Cohen is now calling the Board of Estimates into question, saying that the power with the Board of Estimates should not all lie with the mayor the way that it does. The mayor had the 3 votes behind him versus the 2 that didn't even show up for the vote. But Zeke Cohen says we either change the way the Board of Estimates is structured or we abolish the board. And there was a time before he was the mayor that then Council President Scott said we need to change the way the Board of Estimates and have more power equally distributed. What do you think?
Well, obviously it's going to happen. And also remember, Mosby did not attend the meeting because he did not want the mayor to have a quorum. He had no idea, if you believe him, that the mayor would have gone on and got this approved. And so I think, obviously, the Board of Estimates is out of control, but it's different when you're mayor. The real problem is in your city, Patrice, is that the mayor has too much power. It is a city where the mayor has a lot of leverage, a lot of power. And I think this is just, this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Because the bottom line, when people get their bills and they begin to see the hikes, that's a different ball game because you serve the people. The people don't serve you.
All right. Armstrong, thank you.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you approve of Mayor Brandon Scott's job performance? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far, 99% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
In a new deal, BGE is proposing rate increases for customers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives.
And the governor appears to back a bill that's been touted by City State Attorney Ivan Bates. Why it increases penalties from 3 years to 5 years, but the governor says it does not do enough.
President Biden making a surprise visit to Kyiv this morning. What he just announced and the significance of this trip.
Whether you're a fan of President Washington or President Lincoln, either way, your President's Day is going to be above average. We'll do your full forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Let's find out exactly how warm it's going to get and if this weekend continues.
I'm telling you.
Justin Myers.
Oh, wow. I didn't even hear that.
I don't know where it came from. What stuff? Yeah.
Thanks, Tom Jackson. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Hey, good morning to both of you guys, and good morning to everybody on your President's Day. Looking at our Weather Authority forecast, well, yeah, we are going to see temperatures that stay above average. I know we have a lot of cloud cover out there right now. Clouds are going to stick with us throughout the day. Not the bright, sunshiny day, but either way, we'll keep those numbers rising, especially later this week. Our Towson camera right now, lots of cloud cover that is out there. The sun is officially up, but probably won't see much of the sunshine. And temperatures statewide in the 40s and even some lower 50s for Baltimore and Annapolis, 46 in Westminster. So you'll still need a light jacket as you make your way out on your holiday. Warmer afternoon ahead, and then wild temperature swings as we take you later into this final full week of February. Overall, though, Mr. Bose says we're good to go weather-wise. Temperatures in the lower 50s over the next couple of hours. It is a holiday, Tom. How are we looking out there on the roads?
Not bad at all. In fact, that's probably what's keeping the Lynn Solar Traffic Network kind of the roads wide open here as you look around the Baltimore region. We have some of the cameras up, and we had one incident earlier that's already been cleaned up right at 695 New 95. Now everyone's moving along just fine.
7:01 now, and new this morning, President Biden makes an unexpected visit to Ukraine.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning about that surprise visit. Megan.
A lot unfolding, guys, just in the last hour here. The president just making this known here about an hour ago, sending off a series of tweets. And in it, he goes on to say when Putin launched his invasion nearly 1 year ago, he thought Ukraine was weak and the West was divided. He thought he could outlast us, but he was dead wrong. Now, the president goes on to have another tweet right here saying support from the U.S. and a coalition of nations will endure. The president delivering remarks at a meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky just minutes ago, announcing an additional $500 million in U.S. assistance and reassuring Ukraine of American and allied support as the conflict continues. Now, later today, the president is expected to visit Poland, meeting with the Polish president and discussing how to support Ukraine and bolster NATO's deterrence. He is also set to meet with NATO's Secretary General to reaffirm the United States support for the security alliance. We want to take you live to Moscow this morning, where we know all of this is happening as the one-year anniversary of Russia's war in Ukraine approaches. That's happening Friday. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
Well, coming up in just about 20 minutes, our Ukraine coverage continues. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. will be live with a look at the anniversary of Russia declaring war on Ukraine and how volunteers here continue to help.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not.
Well, elsewhere, continuing our coverage this morning of Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE.
Many are questioning the mayor's motives with the deal and his overall transparency.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the concerns from Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall, and the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract. Now, the deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. Baltimore would also receive $1.5 million a year from BGE in fees. But as you mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure that BGE is actually offering a good deal.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
Henry believes the deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of the vote. Besides the meeting on Thursday, the comptroller says that the deal will be back on the agenda for the board's next meeting, which is March 1st. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Olivia, did the comptroller mention, though, if anything could happen between now and the board's next meeting in March?
Yes, Tom. So Henry and Mosby are actually calling on the Attorney General to step in and investigate. So Comptroller Henry says that a lot could happen between now and then. Take a listen to what he said.
It's possible that by the time we get to March 1st, we will have done the level of due diligence that the council president and I feel is necessary to make a final decision on this.
Meanwhile, Mayor Scott insists with this deal, he's doing what's best for Baltimore. And of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring these upcoming meetings. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Last week, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor on the controversial deal.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No.
Fox 45 News questioned a rhetoric professor about the mayor's reaction to that question.
You don't answer a question by telling the person it's disrespectful. You answer the question. If you think it's irrelevant, you say it's irrelevant. His go-to reaction to bad news is not to talk about policy development, but to get angry at those who report the bad news and question about leadership.
Fox 45 News took the topic to Baltimore residents, asking about the mayor's performance and whether or not he should run for re-election next year. Some support the mayor.
I believe that the mayor has done a great job, honestly.
Think he should run for re-election?
Sure.
Why do you think he should run for re-election?
Just because of how personally he is with the city and from what I've seen him and how he gets involved.
While others, not so confident.
I'm giving him a D right now. First, get the crime out the way, because there's too many murders, too much open air drug market. We got to get that down. If he was up for re-election right now, he wouldn't win.
Well, we want to bring you our question of the day. Do you approve of Mayor Scott's job performance so far? 99% of voters have responded no. And you can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, as the crime crisis continues, many residents are looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a response from the governor when we pressed him on a bill being backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Taylor.
Well, it appears to have the governor's support. We're talking about House Bill 481. It's moving through the House right now, but it is the only bill that aims to increase the penalties for even first-time illegal gun offenders. It has been backed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates. It would increase the maximum to 5 years. Right now, it's 3 years in the state of Maryland. It also would allow illegal gun offenders to serve their, now they say the state's supporters for this bill say it wouldn't take the judge's right to implement a fair sentence, saying offenders only are required to serve 25% of their sentence in the state of Maryland. Now, Governor Wes Moore says this bill is a good first step, but there's more that needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
He says his administration is investing in the Baltimore Police Department and the Attorney General's office to build up the organized crime unit, but he did not point to any specific legislation related to those matters. For now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
In Annapolis, there are a variety of crime bills being worked on to address the ongoing crime crisis. The Randallstown NAACP is speaking out in support of one of those tougher on crime bills that's in the session. House Bill 715 requires violent offenders to serve 85% of their sentences, ultimately increasing the amount of jail time served. The Randallstown NAACP says that if this bill was enforced, 8 people murdered in Baltimore County in 2022 would be alive today.
Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is looking ahead to the 2024 election. The governor has said that he is, quote, seriously considering running for president himself, but is not committed yet. NBC's Meet the Press yesterday morning, he doubled down on his criticism of former President Donald Trump, saying if Trump does win the Republican nomination, he would not have Hogan's support.
I'm a lifelong Republican who wants to support the nominee of the party, whoever that is. However, you know, I've said before, I didn't support Trump. I wouldn't support Trump. I'd put the country ahead of party and not put somebody in that should not be the president.
Former governor adding, though, that if he thought his own candidacy would help Trump win, he would consider not running at all. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with the former governor as he left office for a one-on-one interview where he addressed his next political steps. You can find the full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
7:09 coming up on 7:10. Time to get another check at the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here this morning. Got it right that time, you know.
Thank you, Tom Rogers and Patrice Sanders. Appreciate you both. Appreciate all of you as well being here possibly on your holiday today, as it is now President's Day. It's also National Muffin Day, and muffins are great anytime, whether you like the bran muffin or the blueberry chocolate chip, the coffee crumble ones. Either way, enjoy that today. And overall, got a lot of cloud cover out there. Probably not going to see much of the sun for the afternoon. Our temps are not bad. We're 38 in Cockeysville, but Baltimore City is officially at 50 degrees. A lot of 40s for you in the Eastern Shore. 40s continue in Westminster and 42 in Columbia. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. It's kind of cool, maybe into that mild category with lower 50s, and we do stay dry. So even though we have the cloud cover, really not tracking much in the way of rain. High temps today will cooler for you on the Eastern Shore with mid to upper 50s. A lot of us will be in the low to mid 60s across central Maryland for your highs today. Big temperature swings up and down as we take you into the next couple of days. We'll show you that in just a few.
Well, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and our cameras throughout the region. Pretty light out there on the road. A lot of people enjoying this 3-day weekend. Your commute looks good.
Fox 45 News continues to follow the education crisis striking Maryland. In our next half hour, Governor Wes Moore's education plan to try and get students back on track and the funds that he could be cutting.
But first, do you know when your child is truly sick beyond just a cold? After the break, the symptoms to look out for in order to get your child the help they need. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Children get sick. From rashes to earaches, pediatric care providers stay busy treating many very common illnesses. But when do parents know their children's runny nose or grumpy demeanor is more than just a cold and they actually need to call the doctor? Joining us this morning, Chairman of the Department of Otolaryngology at GBMC, Dr. Brian Kaplan. Dr. Kaplan, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Normally about 2 weeks after school starts, you start seeing all these sniffles and sneezes, but it continues, especially as we get into colder months of winter where we are right now. So parents see this, and depending on how many kids you have, you're like, all right, well, it'll be fine in a couple days. You know, we're always blowing nose, or you keep it in the family. But when does it change, though? When a sniffle is, or maybe turns into a sinus infection, or a cranky baby suffers from an earache? How do we know when we need to seek your help?
Yeah, look, importantly, most of the time it is nothing to worry about. It's just a viral infection working its way through, and supportive care is all you need. If you've got more than one kid, it's going to feel like you have a sick kid at home every minute of the day from about September through April. Right. But that typically lasts for a few days. You start to see improvement, and then usually by the end of a week, your kid is doing much better. Once you start seeing them, if they're not eating well, they're not sleeping well, seem lethargic, it's a little different when it's a really young child or a baby. You have to be a little more careful, particularly with their fluid intake, to make sure they don't get dehydrated. And if you see any of those things happening, it's time to call your pediatrician.
And age is really important here. I mean, because, you know, as our children get a little bit older and they can actually visualize or verbally say things that are hurting them or point to places where you have an infant, should we be going to the doctor more when we have infants because we can't really find out exactly where it hurts?
Yeah, absolutely. When the baby gets a higher fever, particularly if they're not eating and drinking, we have a much lower threshold for saying, just bring them on in. Let us take a peek at them to make sure they're okay. The older children can usually tell you how they're doing, and you can just simply watch them for a few days.
Dr. Kaplan, though, let's talk about, ear infections, though. How bad are they? And are they related with heredity?
They are related to heredity. Think of all the people who have trouble on airplanes popping their ears. Those are your eustachian tubes not working well. And all little kids, their eustachian tubes don't work all that well, some worse than others. And it predisposes them within the family to having these ear infections. You know, 1 or 2 ear infections, really not a big deal. Typically, they can cure even without an antibiotic. Most countries in the world don't treat with antibiotics the way that we do. However, if it starts to become more frequent, that's usually when it's time to come see a specialist.
What about tubes, though? I know my younger brother had tubes put in when he was younger. He had some issues with them. They've come a long way. But when do we know that's the right decision?
Tubes come into play if you've had repeated ear infections, and it's either an issue of how do we get this kid off antibiotics so they don't have to live on that all the time and all the side effects of antibiotics and resistance and GI problems, versus having some hearing loss as well, and making sure that that doesn't impair the child's language development. And so usually after about 3 ear infections in a 6-month period or 4 infections in a year, or if there's any concerns about the kid's hearing, time to bring them in, get a hearing test, get an exam.
Dr. Kaplan, thank you for making it so easy for us to figure that out. We appreciate it.
Have a great day.
You too. Now make sure you send your health questions and suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line, Monday Morning House Call.
7:17 now. Let's get back over to meteorologist. It's your turn.
What, it's my time?
It's your turn.
I know. I was just thinking about the muffins and like a warm blueberry muffin, you know, like, and you put the pat of butter in there and it like melts.
Delicious.
Man.
You know, I used to go to a place where they cut it in half, put the butter on it, and then turn it upside down on the griddle
toasted?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Come on now.
It's delicious.
Look,
you ought to try it.
And we all talk about food here all the time.
Supposed to be dieting.
It's the it's the morning show. That's what we do. You have muffins in the morning or in the afternoon or at lunch. It's National Muffin Day. It's the only reason I talk about that. That's why I was dreaming about muffins. But looking outside right now, we are looking at a lot of cloud cover out there. Top of the muffin to you. It's a Seinfeld reference. Looking out toward the eastern shore. The clouds are staying with us today. The sun is up. Probably won't see much of the sun today. Our temps are still going to be above average. In fact, we're at 50 degrees right now. Typically, our highs this time of year are about 47 degrees. So we're definitely already above that. And looking up and down the East Coast on our HD radar, overall, not much to talk about in terms of any precipitation. However, we are tracking our next weather maker. We're not going to be dealing with all of this snow that the northern plains and the West Coast will deal with, but we are going to see some showers that will develop along this frontal boundary as it moves in a little bit later into this week. Maybe a few stray showers for today, but we're definitely getting set to be tracking that next weather maker that's moving across the country starting today and for the next few days as well. As you rise and shine and enjoy some breakfast with us over the next couple of hours, low to mid 50s for your temperatures. Sun's already up. It'll be up until 5:49. Those daylight hours continue to expand. Remember, meteorological spring starts next Wednesday. As you're out and about here in the Towson Town Center, 10 o'clock hour, we'll be in the mid-50s. And I think you can get away with lunch outdoors into that 2, 3, 4 o'clock hour. Numbers sliding to the mid-60s. Even with the cloud cover that'll be around, those temperatures still staying above average, even into that 5 o'clock hour for your Monday. Pilots, if you want to go flying today, well, visual flight rules. We're talking about VFR conditions. Those ceilings should be good to go to get us out and fly, and really not much wind. Tomorrow's a way different story for all of us, as that wind is going to be strong coming in from the west. So here's a look at our high temps for today, though. Lower 60s for you in Eldersburg, Westminster, up in Manchester and Hampstead. 65 in Baltimore City, 64 down in Dundalk for you this afternoon. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, those low to mid 60s will continue to be where we'll stop for the afternoon highs. And as we head toward the eastern shore, a little cooler up into Easton, out into Chester and Centerville. Upper 50s is what we're talking about for your highs this afternoon. Overall, your outdoors cast today and tomorrow, and even on Wednesday, we've got green lights. I have that yellow light on Wednesday because we are tracking a few more showers by Wednesday afternoon. But look at these temperatures all over the place, guys. We're talking about 60s on Tuesday, only upper 40s Wednesday, upper 70s, mid to upper 70s on Thursday, and then those temps fall off again into Friday and Saturday. We could even see a few flakes flying around for parts of the area by the time we get into Saturday afternoon. Quite a difference, Patrice, when we're talking 70s and snow in the same week.
I don't like the snow part so much.
I know.
All right, let's look at the Lynn Stoller traffic network. There is an accident in Catonsville on 695, the outer loop, and look at the problem it's causing there. That traffic is backed up all the way to Security Boulevard, one of the first incidents we've seen this morning. So just avoid that if you have to head out this morning. Let's get a look at what's happening in the mobile track, our Lynn Stoller mobile track, 95 south, heading toward White Marsh, and clear sailing in that direction.
Governor Wes Moore reacting to the Project Baltimore study that shows thousands of students here in Baltimore City are failing math. The governor's latest education plan up next.
And as we near the one-year anniversary of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, one D.C. man is back in that region. We'll tell you why just ahead.
7:24 and Friday marks 1 year since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the war is the bloodiest armed conflict since World War II.
Today, President Biden set to head to Poland to mark the somber anniversary. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is checking in with a volunteer who has been helping the people impacted by the war in Ukraine. Good morning, John. All right, so apparently he's having some issues with his report, so we'll get back to him as soon as we can. Today, mostly cloudy, but temperatures are going to be in the 60s. That's the good news.
That is great news there. Then we were hearing the word snow coming out of Justin's.
I didn't hear that.
Well, here,
I didn't hear
above
that.
average temperatures, though, they're impacting our next weather maker. And will we need shovels, salt, gloves, mittens?
Mayor Scott's new deal with BGE is raising concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what this means for the mayor and the Board of Estimates' future. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:28 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. President's Day, a lot of kids off school today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at how they get to hang out, maybe even start cutting the yard, doing some weed eating. I mean, get out there, right?
If they're home, let's get them out to work. Come on, let's do it.
There are child labor laws, you know. I always have to remind Tom of this.
Just let them.
So much stuff they could do.
Give them their Oculus after they're done. We're all good, right? Everybody's all good. So let's take a look outside right now. We are going to see those clouds that will be hanging out throughout the day. So even though we've got the cloud cover, overall our temps still will be above average for the afternoon. Looking out toward the Key Bridge right there and over the Inner Harbor as well. 30s in Cockeysville and Rosedale, but we're in the 40s for Dundalk. Meanwhile, lower 50s for Woodlawn and Baltimore. So temperatures, depending on where you live this morning, you'll need at least a light jacket. Overall, out for your morning drive, temperatures staying in the lower 50s over the next couple of hours as we take a look at our next weather maker rolling in. Numbers stay in the 60s today and tomorrow, but then drop off to the upper 40s on Wednesday. That's when we have a better chance at some more rain showers as well. So those numbers That's going to be the big story as the temperature swings that we'll be talking about. We'll take a closer look at exactly just how cold and warm or even hot it gets.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions arise when it comes to transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott on the recent conduit deal with BGE.
Now, a city council member is calling for the Board of Estimates to be reformed or completely abolished.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from City Hall with the concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates. He's proposing replacing appointed and elected members with people from the community or just getting rid of the board entirely.
This is an opportunity for Baltimoreans, those of us that live here, that are sending our kids to school here, that deal with the day-to-day issues, but that love our city, to have a voice in reshaping it.
City Comptroller Bill Henry doesn't believe abolishing the board is the way to go, but says it needs to be reformed. But this is not the first time that idea has been presented. Back when Comptroller Henry and Mayor Scott were both on City Council, they called to increase transparency of the board. That bill failed in 2020. But fast forward to today, and taxpayer watchdog David Williams is questioning Mayor Scott bypassing the board to approve the conduit deal with BGE.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
This is now the second time the mayor has walked back on something he said as council president. You may remember in December, the mayor accepted a donation from city contractor J.P. Grant. That's the same contractor he returned a donation from during his time as council president because Grant was accused of illegally giving former mayor Catherine Pugh $170,000. Meanwhile, because of this controversial conduit deal, BGE customers can expect their bill to increase by about $124 annually. Now reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Let's get back out to John Gonzalez. He is live in Washington, D.C., checking with a volunteer who's been helping people impacted by the war in Ukraine. Good morning, John.
Tom, good morning. Yeah, two painful and emotional anniversaries this week for Ukrainians. Today marks the 9-year anniversary since the Ukraine-Russian war started back in 2014. And come Friday, that will mark the 1 year since the full strong-arm invasion started, and an invasion that has left tens of thousands of civilians and fighters dead. Millions have been driven from their homes, and entire towns have been left in ruins. Now, last March, I connected with D.C. resident Sean Kennedy, who felt motivated to volunteer, so he traveled with famed chef Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen. Now Kennedy is back in that region, this time volunteering with Vostok SOS. I zoomed with him while located deep into the border, where he has hooked up with a mobile outreach team that is distributing humanitarian aid.
And there's still people being displaced from their homes every day by the shelling that's coming from Russia and the missile attacks.
I see people walking behind you there, Sean. It looks like they might have some grocery bags or something. How hard is it to get around right now?
Well, the roads are pretty rutted up from the tanks that came through here. There's quite a bit of, it's a few inches of snow. But, you know, these people are pretty stout-hearted, as we've seen from the way they've stood up to the Russians.
Now, 10 million people, more than a quarter of the population, have now fled their homes in Ukraine since the start of that invasion, almost exactly 12 months ago. Reporting live outside of the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, John. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, we are learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan.
Now, this comes on the heels of a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools where not a single student among those tested is performing math at grade level.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with how the governor is reacting. Taylor.
I mean, he's reacting like most everybody. He was disappointed. I mean, he ran on an agenda that was focused on improving public education. Governor Wes Moore says the state is doing just that. They've allocated $500 million additional dollars to the Kerwin plan. Now, with all of that additional funding, the governor says some accountability measures must be in place.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
And while millions more are going to that Kerwin plan, it appears that Governor Wes Moore has plans to cut Maryland's Boost program. That was introduced by former Governor Larry Hogan. It gives lower income families scholarship money to send their kids outside of the school system to either private or charter schools. So we'll have to see what comes of that program. Tom, Patrice.
So, Taylor, why did the governor cut funding for that program? Do we know?
I mean, he's been adamant that he's focused on public education. This program essentially does not incentivize public schools to do any better because it gives money to private schools to allow parents to send their kids there. So we'll have to wait and see. But Project Baltimore actually is putting together a full report on that. They'll have it later this week for you, and we'll keep you updated here on Fox 45 News. We're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, Governor Wes Moore backing legislation from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates coming up in our next half hour. The solutions lawmakers in Annapolis are looking toward to lower the violence.
And U.S. officials believe the Chinese balloon shot down earlier this month could be part of a larger fleet. Coming up from our live center, the other concern world leaders are worrying that China could do.
Wild temperature swings this week from 60s and 70s to 40s and 50s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking it all down for us. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. We're starting with mostly cloudy skies, and we're going to end the day with mostly cloudy skies as well, even though our temperatures are going to stay above average for this time of year. Numbers statewide, mainly in the 40s, a few lower 30s in Cumberland, but we're seeing 40s and 50s here along the Chesapeake at this hour. So there's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, he's excited about our day in the lower 50s, and then 61 by noontime for Hank and his feathered friends. Overall, the clouds stay with us. Not much rain to track, but we'll take a look at the next weather maker and when we could see some rain this week and how those temperatures are going to be kind of all over the place. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Top U.S. officials now claiming they have little doubt that China was trying to survey military sites with its balloon that was shot down earlier this month.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the new information coming into the newsroom. Megan.
So much unfolding here this morning, guys. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that balloon may be part of a much larger fleet. This, of course, coming after a meeting with China's top diplomat for the first time since it happened during a conference in Germany.
More than 40 countries have had these balloons go over their territory, and this goes back some years. This program's been around for a few years. So there's a real concern that I'm hearing here from other countries, from allies and partners alike.
Well, Blinken says that he made it very clear in the meeting that it was unacceptable and must never happen again. This as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations addressed new concerns that China may be considering providing lethal support to Russian troops.
We also have to be clear that if there are any thoughts and efforts by the Chinese and others to provide lethal support to the Russians in their brutal attack against Ukraine, that is unacceptable. Again, that would be a red line.
Right now, China has refrained from condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And again, as we've been reporting here this morning, we now know that President Biden making that surprise visit to Kyiv here this morning, announcing additional aid to Ukraine. We're going to have much more on this coming up in about 30 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
This morning, we continue coverage of Mayor Brendan Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE, topping our next half hour when we could see the conduit contract in front of the Board of Estimates again.
The officer shot in a two-day manhunt across 2 counties, now out of the hospital. After the break, we address Harford County's process in capturing the suspect. 7:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I was just staying in my basement. I didn't want to be around any windows. You know, we had all the doors locked and everything was, staying safe.
I understand. It's for everybody's safety, and I get it. There's a lot of woods around here. It's a scary situation.
The officer shot in a manhunt that played out over a 2-day period is now out of the hospital. Police Detective Chi was released yesterday after 10 days in shock trauma. The suspect is in custody after an 8-hour standoff that ended in Harford County. As part of our Your Voice series, Harford County Executive Bob Casserly is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
So Harford County was at the center of attention for a while during all of this. That was where the suspect was eventually caught in that area. Talk about the collaboration between Harford and Baltimore County.
Yeah, look, the two counties work well together across the line on a variety of matters, but we were really pleased and proud to be able to step in and assist in the manhunt. Hartford's got a really first-rate SWAT team. Back when a lot of other jurisdictions were heeding the call to disarm, we did not do that. We've got armored vehicles, we've got drones, we've got well-trained SWAT team that can help to respond, and it's the kind of thing that when you need it, it's really great to have, and I'm very proud of the men and women of Harford County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Gaylor for maintaining this capability to respond in earnest when this stuff really happens.
And we're glad to see that ended with the officer now out of the hospital and hopefully recovering. All right, so let's switch gears here. You all have something else going on in Harford County. There is a debate about one of the council members that a judge just ruled that Jacob Bennett can no longer serve on the county council while he remains employed by the Harford County Public Schools, and that is based on a charter provision. He does not agree with that, and he is appealing it. Talk about what's happening in this situation.
Sure. Well, look, the Board of Education, the County Council, one of their primary responsibilities is to oversee the monies that the taxpayers pay. And our county spends about a little over $500 million on education that we give to the Board of Education. And because of that, since the County Council has to oversee the Board of Education, our charter very wisely provides that you can't be employed by the Board of Education and sit on the County Council. That's been the case since our county charter was formed, and everybody knew that. We've had other council members who have retired from teaching so that they could serve on the County Council. Police have done the same thing, and I don't know why this particular member decided that he was going to surprise us all and say, hey, well, I'm not going to resign, or I'm not going to retire from teaching or leave teaching. But that was his decision. That was not something that was announced during his campaign. And so, look, charters are not optional. They're not advisory. The charter is a charter. You obey it, or you change it or you obey it. And so we're now in court because a council member decided that rather than obey it, or change it, he was just going to simply create his own path forward, and the court very wisely and I think properly determined that no, the charter means what the charter says. You can't be on the Board of Education, you can't work for the Board of Education and also oversee their budget as a member of the County Council. Just common sense to me.
All right, well, not to him apparently, because he says he's going to appeal, so we'll continue to follow that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to see you all. Take care. Happy President's Day.
It is 7:48 now. We've got to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And I only want to talk about the 70s, Justin.
Well, Thursday's your day then, Patrice. That's going to be your day. And people who want 40s and some snow stuff can hang around on Saturday. Look, everybody gets a day to choose what they want this week. That's what we're going to do. We'll call it a potpourri of temperatures. Our Towson camera, good morning to you, looking right down York Road. By the way, shout out to Joanne over there at Conrad's in Perry Hall. We were there over the weekend. She says she loves watching the show. Appreciate you saying hi. Timmy said hi to me as well. So we do appreciate you all watching. And pretty good stuff. Our friends from out of town were like, yeah, this Conrad's is pretty darn good with all that seafood they have there. All right, here's a look at our HD radar. We are dry up and down the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic with nothing to get in your way. We are tracking our next weather maker. Now, there's going to be a large winter storm. Already seeing snow showers in Montana and some of the northern tier states. And you can see all of those pink areas and the dark blue. Those are winter weather warnings, winter storm warnings. That's going to be a big weather maker that's going to track across the northern tier states and the Great Lakes and dump a great deal of snow. Now, that's really not going to impact us, at least with the snow, but all all of that system is going to be moving toward the east over the next few days. Temps across the country today: 52 Omaha, Nebraska, 63 in St. Louis, 71 Memphis, 60s and 70s for Nashville and Atlanta over to Charlotte, 65 in Baltimore, but 41 in Detroit. So overall, most of the country dealing with the above average temperatures. We're definitely keeping that trend going right here at home with 50 by 8 o'clock as you're hanging out this morning in Fed Hill. Numbers into the lower 60s into that noon hour. Again, with the cloud cover sticking around. May see a stray shower late this afternoon, but overall not looking at much in terms of rain. Just those temperatures that stay mild. Mid 60s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour for you this afternoon. Some of you on the eastern shore a little cooler with mid to upper 50s for Chestertown, Rock Hall down through Stevensville, but most of us along the Chesapeake will be in the 60s. Cockeysville down through Baltimore into Annapolis, even Columbia and Laurel in the low to mid 60s as well. And you can see that 60s trend continues to Philly and down through D.C. this afternoon, even down the ocean, only highs in the mid 50s for Ocean City. This is that roller coaster map that I've been showing all morning, and you can see where those temperatures are just kind of like, what's going on here, Mother Nature? It's the changing of the seasons. We're getting closer to meteorological spring. 60s tomorrow, upper 40s Wednesday, upper 70s Thursday. Could see record highs, and then numbers drop back to the 40s and 50s as we head into this upcoming weekend. Now, in terms of precipitation, a lot of cloud cover around today. Again, a stray shower is going to be possible late tonight and in the overnight hours as well. Tomorrow, the wind comes through. A strong cold front pushes through, and then behind that on Wednesday, that's when our temperatures drop and really getting a better chance of seeing some more of those rain showers by Wednesday afternoon. But you can see in your 7-day forecast, overall staying mainly dry, near record warmth on Thursday. The record is 78 degrees, and we're looking for a high of 77 before we get back down to February numbers on Saturday. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. The yearly deaded track season. We wish it was tracks and not tax, but it's tax season. Coming up this morning in our 8 o'clock hour, how you can maximize your tax return.
Avatar's second movie, The Way of Water, now in the top 3 films of all time. The classic movie it's now beating out. But first, we go by way of the coffee bean around here.
And if you want to go see that movie, which is 3+ hours, you're probably going to need the coffee first. So it's time for a coffee break.
7:55 on this Monday morning. In your entertainment news, the second Avatar movie is now the top 3 films of all time. The Way of Water has been taken over Titanic's global place as the 3rd ever highest earning movie. Avatar sequel comes in with $2.2 billion in ticket sales, just a bit over Titanic's record. The original Avatar movie still reigns in at #1 film to bring in the most money ever, followed by Avengers Endgame at second.
Is it because they're blue? Like, what is it about that movie that just attracts people that way? I gotta go back and watch the first one. Yeah. I know, it's long. All right, so in other entertainment news, this week we are gearing up for the 2nd episode of Season 9 of The Masked Singer. Now, if you haven't watched it yet, spoiler alert warning, look away. So last week, the gnome was revealed as Dick Van Dyke, and the Mustang was revealed as Sarah Evans. You can catch an all-new episode with all new songs this Wednesday night at 8 right here on Fox 45.
Well, it's cool out there this morning with mild and mostly cloudy afternoon ahead. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when our next weather maker is moving in, and he's saying the word snow at some point.
The governor backing a bill that would raise the penalty for illegal gun offenders. What else, he says, needs to be done to curb crime in the state and the city of Baltimore. Just ahead.
Customers, I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In a new deal, BGE is proposing rate increases for customers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives.
Our temperatures are going to be mild today. We'll keep the cloud cover around as well. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It is President's Day. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to see how it feels.
Holiday out there for sure, right? For a lot of folks, kids out of school, and hopefully you're having a 3-day weekend, enjoying things that are happening outside. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of cloud cover. Looking out toward the Key Bridge, I know it's a little bit on that overcast side of things that we're going to have to deal with. So overall, the clouds will stay with us throughout the day today. However, our numbers will be a little bit warmer. We are talking about some wild temperature swings here coming up this week. So on your jogging cast, out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, low to mid 50s, maybe just a light throw over, but you can probably still do shorts if you want to. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Justin, thank you. Top U.S. officials. Those top U.S. officials now claiming they have little doubt that China was trying to survey military sites with its balloon that was shot down earlier this month.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the new information coming into the newsroom.
Yeah, that's right. The president making his visit known, President Biden making his visit known about an hour ago, sending off a series of tweets. Now, this is talking about his visit this morning to Ukraine right here. And he writes in there, when Putin launched his invasion nearly 1 year ago, he thought Ukraine was weak and the West was divided. He thought he could outlast us, but he was dead wrong. He goes on writing up here, too, as we approach the anniversary of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. I'm in Kyiv today to meet with President Zelensky and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine's democracy, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Now, the U.S. and the coalition of the nations will endure. The president delivering remarks at a meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky less than an hour ago, announcing an additional $500 million in U.S. assistance and reassuring Ukraine of American and allied support of this conflict continues. We heard President Biden tell the world at the end of that meeting there that the U.S. will stay with Ukraine until the end of the war, unquote. Now, later today, the president expected to visit Poland, meeting with the Polish president and discuss how to support Ukraine and bolster NATO's deterrence. He's also set to meet with NATO's Secretary General to reaffirm the United States support for the security alliance. This is all happening as 1 year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine approaches this Friday. That's the latest from our live center.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not.
Continuing coverage this morning of Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE.
Many are now questioning the mayor's motives with the deal and his overall transparency.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the concerns from the Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall. Now, the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract, and this deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. Baltimore would also receive $1.5 million a year from BGE in fees. But as Megan and Patrice mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure that BGE is actually offering a good deal.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
Henry believes the deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of the vote. And besides the meeting on Thursday, the Comptroller says that the deal will be back on the agenda for the board's next meeting, which is on March 1st. Back to you.
Olivia, did the Comptroller mention if anything could happen between now and the board's next meeting in March?
Yeah, well, Megan, Mosby and Henry are asking the Attorney General to step in and investigate. So Comptroller Henry says that a lot could happen between now and then. Take a listen to what he said.
It's possible that by the time we get to March 1st, we will have done the level of due diligence that the council president and I feel is necessary to make a final decision on this.
Meanwhile, Mayor Scott insists that with this deal, he's doing what's best for Baltimore. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring these upcoming meetings. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Morning News.
Last week, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor on the controversial deal.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No.
Fox 45 News then spoke with a rhetoric professor about the mayor's reaction to the question.
You don't answer a question by telling the person it's disrespectful. You answer the question. If you think it's irrelevant, you say it's irrelevant. His go-to reaction to bad news is not to talk about policy development, but to get angry at those who report the bad news and question about leadership.
Well, Fox 45 News took the topic to Baltimore residents, asking about the mayor's performance and whether or not he should run for re-election next year. While some support the mayor,
I believe that the mayor has done a great job, honestly.
Think he should run for re-election?
Sure.
Why do you think he should run for re-election?
Just because of how personally he is with the city and from what I've seen him and how he gets involved.
others are not so confident.
I'm giving him a D right now. First, get the crime out the way, because there's too many murders, too much open air drug market. We got to get that down. If he was up for re-election right now, he wouldn't win.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you approve of Mayor Scott's job performance? So far, 99% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Ongoing questions continue surrounding the BGE conduit deal. Still ahead, why one councilman is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates.
And the education crisis in Baltimore City has caught the attention of Governor Wes Moore. In our next half hour, Moore's response to get students on the right path.
Lots of cloud cover out there, but our temperatures are going to stay mild for your Monday afternoon. We'll break down just how much warmer or even hotter we get later this week. That's all coming up. 8:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here for your President's Day Monday. Statewide, our numbers are in the 30s, 40s, even some lower 50s in Annapolis and in North Beach and La Plata. 43 your temp and lower right now. 49 currently in Baltimore City. So overall, next couple of hours, numbers steadily rising. We're talking mid to upper 50s, even some low to mid 60s through midday. We do have a lot of cloud cover we have to get through for the afternoon. We'll talk about that and that next chance for rain as well coming up.
8:10 now. As the crime crisis continues in the city, many residents are looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with the response from the governor when we asked him about a bill that's being backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. That bill is House Bill 481. It would seek to make penalties stronger for illegal gun offenders, even the first time. Now, as you said, it's backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. It would make the maximum penalty for gun offenses 5 years. Right now, it is 3. And while the governor says it's a good first step, he says more needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
The governor and his administration also say they're investing in the Baltimore City Police Department as well as the Attorney General's office. He didn't point to any specific legislation that is tied to those initiatives, but that's what he says his commitment is here to the city of Baltimore. For now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
In Annapolis, there are a variety of crime bills being worked on now to address the ongoing crime crisis. The Randallstown NAACP is speaking out in support of one of those tougher on crime bills this session, House Bill 0715. It requires violent offenders to serve 85% of their sentences, ultimately increasing the amount of jail time served. The Randallstown NAACP says that if this bill was enforced, 8 people murdered in Baltimore County in 2022 would be alive today. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, the man convicted in the murder of a Navy midshipman's mother could soon learn his fate. Plus, the state legislature is tasked with setting up a structure for Maryland's recreational marijuana law. Next, a taxpayer expert joins us to explain the fiscal implications of the new law. 8:12 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15, and right now the state legislature is setting up the tax structure for marijuana sales. This after Maryland voters approved the purchase and use of small amounts of marijuana use for personal use. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in on the fiscal implications of Maryland's new law. David, do we know the tax level that they are discussing, and if so, how this compares to other states?
Yeah, good morning, Megan. And this is important, right, because they've legalized this personal use of marijuana. So now it's finding the right tax level, because you don't want the tax level too high, because that's still going to, encourage the illicit market, right? And if it's too low, you're not going to bring in the revenue. So what Maryland has done, and they thought about this because last year they wanted to have a tax structure of about 6 to 10%, and that's where they are. It starts out at 6%, and then it goes up to 10% by 2028. Now, the rest of the states, that's really low, because the rest of the states have like a 15% to 30% sales tax. Some have an excise tax on top of that. And really the closest state to Maryland physically is Virginia, that has legal marijuana, and that's about 23%. So Maryland is very competitive when it comes to the tax rate, or the tax rate that it will be eventually for the state.
David, how much revenue is expected to come in as a result of that?
So here's the crazy thing, is that this is going to bring in a lot of money. And we're talking about maybe $135 to $170 million in tax revenue. Now, it's going to take a couple of years for that to happen, because they have to give the licenses out. People have to start their businesses. But here's the really crazy thing about this, Megan, is that other states, usually I talk about, well, when you raise taxes or have a new tax, it never brings in the revenue that's expected. The other states it's more revenue than they expected. So this is something that I think is, financially going to be good for the state of Maryland. This could be a really big opportunity.
David, are there any financial downsides to this?
So there are a couple. First is the court fees that will not be collected, because marijuana is legal. So you're not collecting those court fees from people being arrested. And my concern is that there might be other taxes. Localities might say, well, we want to tax this. And then they say, well, we want to spend it on education. We want to spend it on other things. So I think just making sure the money goes to the general revenue fund, that's the smart way to do this, because right now, 30% are going to communities that have been affected by marijuana and the enforcement of marijuana laws. So 30% off the top of that 170 million is already gone, and I'm concerned that state legislators might get a little greedy and say, well, we want to fund other things in the state, and they really shouldn't do that.
We'll see what happens. David, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
8:18, a chance of spotty showers as we move forward today.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the full Weather Authority forecast.
All right, so earlier, Patrice, you said you like blueberry muffin. No, you like the coffee cake muffins. And Megan, it's National Muffin Day. What's your favorite muffin?
I kind of like banana nut.
Oh, okay, that's a good one, banana nut.
Yeah,
all right.
That's good.
Yeah. Oh, nuts in there?
Do you have any muffins for us?
I know. This is such a tease.
I started talking about it. I tried to will them into existence. All we got are 3 fortune cookies and a half-eaten bag of Oreo Thin Mints over there. So that's how our life is this morning. Good morning to you. Happy President's Day. I wish it was Wednesday. It's not quite Wednesday yet. Looking at the cloud cover out there, we are seeing mostly cloudy skies. And on our weather headlines, 49 your temp right now. We're on our way to the low and mid 60s, so it will be a little bit warmer for the afternoon, even despite all of that cloud cover. And you may see a stray shower out there. Wild temperature swings are coming this week. Wait till I get to that forecast where you can see a real roller coaster on our graphic. Here's a look at our HD radar right now. Picking up a few light showers in some of the mountains in West Virginia, but other than that, everything is all clear and dry up and down the East Coast. We're tracking our next weather maker. There's a big winter storm that is developing in the West Coast, and that's going to track across the northern tier states. Winter storm warnings already popping. Blizzard warnings as well for parts of southern Montana and into areas there in Wyoming. So that section of the country going to be dealing with the winter weather over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we still have golfing weather here. If you do want to head out and hit the course today, lower 50s next hour, 60s into that noon hour, and even to the mid 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 60s would be nice on your scorecard for 18 holes. All right, our high temps looking good. Carroll County, Baltimore County, we're seeing those low to mid 60s for you this afternoon, well above the average of 47. Same thing for you in Hartford and Cecil counties. Those numbers continuing tracking that above average average trend. And even down to D.C., it's 65 today, and up north into Philly, it's 60. Upper 50s for you in Cumberland, and mid 50s down the ocean. Here it is. Look at this temperature tracker. I mean, this looks like a ride at Hershey Park, right? You're like, and then you go, and you go, ooh. I mean, that's exactly what's going to be taking place. 49 Wednesday, 77 Thursday, 51 Friday, 44 Saturday, 70s on Thursday, possible snow on Saturday. This is the changing of the season, guys. Meteorological spring starts next Wednesday. So and we've been so above average. So right as we get into this time of year, you get these rapid changes. And so you just have to stay prepared. That's why it's important to download that FOX45 mobile weather app right there at the bottom of your screen. Ding! You take a picture of that QR code and you are good to go.
I like the roller coaster. All right, looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, the good news is there are no accidents to report impacting traffic. You're taking a live look from the traffic camera along 695, where an accident that we talked about earlier is now all clear. That used to be backed up, so traffic is moving again, and not a lot of people on the road on this holiday. Here's a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track traveling along 695 outer loop right around the Glen Burnie area, and as you can see there, no issues to report. Developing now this morning, the Baltimore County detective hurt in the manhunt for David Linthicum earlier this month has been released from the hospital. Detective Jonathan Chee spent 10 days at shock trauma. Police say the man you see there on the screen, Linthicum, shot at officers before getting away from police during a barricade situation in Cockeysville. Charging documents say he shot Detective Chee after he'd been on the run for more than 24 hours, then stole the detective's vehicle. Linthicum now facing 3 charges of attempted murder. He will be in court next month. New overnight, a 2-story house fire in Brooklyn. 1 resident taken to the hospital. There is no word on their condition this morning. No other injuries reported. A record-setting Daytona 500 in our next half hour. The winners and losers of one of the, look at that, biggest races.
Governor Wes Moore is reacting to the Project Baltimore report that shows thousands of students in the city of Baltimore are failing math. That and a closer look at his education agenda after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:25, making headlines. Michigan State University students, staff, and faculty are expected to return to campus today as classes resume. That marks 1 week after a mass shooting killed 3 students and injured 5 others. School officials say they are stepping up security on campus and asking instructors to accommodate students throughout the rest of the semester. More than 23,000 students signed a petition urging the university to hold hybrid or online class options. Officials say those arrangements will depend on the class.
Some courses lend themselves to that type of option, some do not. And so it'll all depend on these instances. But all faculty have been asked and instructed to make sure that they will engage with their students around these type of questions, and that they engage in a manner that is empathetic and appropriate for the circumstances.
Well, the university is arranging to cover the medical costs for the 5 students injured in the shooting. 4 are still in critical condition.
A group of anti-war activists rallied in D.C. demanding the U.S. stop sending military aid to Ukraine.
The libertarian group Rage Against the War Machine organized this rally. Apart from ending support for Ukraine, they want the U.S. to disband NATO and slash the Pentagon's budget. A former U.S. representative spoke at the event and warned against provoking a war with Russia.
Now, anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that a Cold War can very quickly turn to a hot war, and that when you're waging a hot war against a nuclear-armed country, it's just a matter of time before it leads to the use of nuclear weapons.
According to the State Department, the U.S. has sent Ukraine roughly $25 billion in military assistance since Biden first took office. Highs in the 60s today for your President's Day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking ahead to the next weather maker.
Mayor Scott's new deal with BGE is raising concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what this means for the mayor and the Board of Estimates' future. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, February 20th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Tom Rogers. All right, get ready to go to the beach or get your skis out because we're not sure which way we're going this week.
Welcome to Baltimore, Maryland in February. You just never know.
Now we have meteorologist Justin Chambers very excited to tell you all about the weather that's happening this week.
Well, Mother Nature, she just likes to, mess with us a little bit, have a little bit of fun and throw all these fun forecast scenarios out where, we'll be talking about possibly breaking records in terms of our temperatures later this week. And yes, even some snow possibly by Saturday. Everything for today, though, is looking dry, even though it's kind of, dreary outside. You can see the cloud cover that's out there. Our temps are hanging out in the 40s and 50s right now. They're going to remain in that same kind of category, low to mid 50s the next few hours if you're out for a run or a jog. Should top out about 65 for our high today. May see a stray shower late this afternoon into the evening, but overall, those temps staying well above average for your Monday and continuing that above average trend throughout the week, which we'll break down a bit further for you coming up.
All right, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we've got some drive times around Baltimore region. Right now, though, we have a shutdown of a ramp right at, if you're trying to go on 100 eastbound right at Maryland 10, you cannot go there. The ramp is completely closed off because of an accident there. Police have you redirecting traffic throughout that area. Everyone else seems to be moving along just fine. No issues to report around Baltimore.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions arise when it comes to transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott on the recent conduit deal with BGE.
Now, one city council member is calling for the Board of Estimates to be reformed or completely abolished.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from City Hall with concerns. Olivia.
So Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates, and he is proposing replacing appointed and elected members with people from the community or just getting rid of the board entirely.
This is an opportunity for Baltimoreans, those of us that live here, that are sending our kids to school here, that deal with the day-to-day issues, but that love our city, to have a voice in reshaping it.
City Comptroller Bill Henry doesn't believe abolishing the board is the way to go, but says it needs to be reformed. But this is not the first time that idea has been presented. Back when Comptroller Henry and Mayor Scott were both on City Council, they called to increase transparency of the board. That bill failed in 2020, but fast forward to today, and taxpayer watchdog David Williams is questioning Mayor Scott bypassing the board to approve the conduit deal with BGE.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
This is now the second time the mayor has walked back on something he said as council president. You remember in December, the mayor accepted a donation from city contractor J.P. Grant. That's the same contractor he returned a donation from during his time as council president, because Grant was accused of illegally giving former mayor Catherine Pugh $170,000. Meanwhile, because of this controversial conduit deal, BGE customers can expect their bill to increase by about $124 annually. Now reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, we are learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan.
Yeah, it comes on the heels of a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools, public schools, where not a single student among those who were tested is performing at math at grade level.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with how the governor is reacting. Taylor.
Well, he reacted as so many people have, just disappointed. You recall he ran on an agenda that was focused on bettering public education, and he says that is happening at the state level right now. Now, he's allocated an additional $500 million to the Kerwin plan. Now, with that additional funding, he says additional accountability measures must be in place.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
Now, while the governor plans to allocate more money to the Kerwin plan, millions more, Project Baltimore report is showing that he plans to possibly cut funding from Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program. That program was created under former Governor Hogan's administration. It provides low-income families with money to send their kids outside of the district to either a private or a charter school. So we'll have to see what comes of that program as well. Megan?
Well, Taylor, is there any indication as to why the governor is considering to cut funds for the scholarship program?
Well, Governor Westmore has been adamant that he wants to improve public education. Now, the Boost Scholarship does not incentivize public schools to do any better because parents can essentially take their kids out of those schools, put them in private institutions, that money given to them by the state. So we'll have to wait and see. We do know that Project Baltimore is working on a report right now that they'll have out later this week that'll flesh all of these details out for us. So we'll keep you updated. But for now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Looking ahead this morning, the man found guilty of shooting and killing Michelle Cummings, a Navy midshipman's mother, will be sentenced this Friday. A jury found Angelo Herod, you just saw that picture there, guilty of murder late last year. Cummings was in town just to witness her son's induction into the Naval Academy. She was hit and killed by a stray bullet right outside the Graduate Hotel. She was sitting there on the patio in June of 2021. Herod faces life in prison.
Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is looking ahead to the 2024 election. The governor has said that he is seriously considering running for president himself, but hasn't yet committed. On NBC's Meet the Press yesterday morning, he doubled down on his criticism of former President Donald Trump, saying if Trump does win the Republican nomination, he would not have Hogan's support.
I'm a lifelong Republican who wants to support the nominee of the party, whoever that is. However, I've said before I didn't support Trump. I wouldn't support Trump. I'd put the country ahead of party and not put somebody in that should not be the president.
The former governor adding if he thought his own candidacy would help Trump win, he would consider not running at all. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with the former governor as he left office for a one-on-one interview where he addressed his next political steps. You can find that full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
U.S. officials say the Chinese spy balloon shot down earlier this month is way more than they thought. Next on Fox 45 Morning News, the largely concerned world leaders are worried about. Cloudy skies could kick off your work week.
When we could see the sunshine once again. It is 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Monday morning. Hopefully a 3-day weekend for y'all hanging out outside. You can see the cloud cover that is with us as we look out over a very calm Patapsco this morning. Numbers here are going to continue to stay kind of cool this morning, but then mild as we head toward the afternoon, with our temperatures steadily rising into the low and even mid-60s. You can see that here over the next 12 hours. Those numbers steadily climbing. Average this time of year is 47, so nowhere near that number. We'll talk about the potential record high temperatures later this week. Coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:41. Top U.S. officials now claiming they have little doubt that China was trying to survey military sites with its balloon that was shot down earlier this month. In fact, Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that balloon may be part of a much larger problem. And that comes after a meeting that he had with China's top diplomat for the first time since it happened during a conference in Germany.
More than 40 countries have had these balloons go over their territory, and this goes back some years. This program's been around for a few years. So there's a real concern that I'm hearing here from other countries, from allies and partners alike.
Well, Blinken says that he made it very clear in the meeting that it was unacceptable and must never happen again. This as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations addressed new concerns that China may be considering providing lethal support to Russian troops.
But we also have to be clear that if there are any thoughts and efforts by the Chinese and others to provide lethal support to the Russians in their brutal attack against Ukraine, that is unacceptable. Again, that would be a red line.
Well, as of right now, China has refrained from condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And again, as we've been reporting here this morning, President Biden making a surprise visit to Kyiv this morning, announcing additional aid to Ukraine. We're going to have much more on that coming up in about 30 minutes.
Well, the flock has made plenty of off-season moves, but their number one priority remains re-signing Lamar Jackson. How the impact of hiring a new offensive coordinator could impact Lamar's decision. Tax season, it's here, and we have some not-so-good news. Coming up, how you can maximize your tax returns this year. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 845 tax returns starting to hit bank accounts for those who have filed right away, but the federal returns less than years past. From smaller tax credits, child tax credits, to pandemic tax breaks, they are now gone. Don't bank on the usual return this year. Joining us now with how to maximize what is owed to you, Fred Kreutzer of Kreutzer Financial Services. Good morning, Fred.
Morning, Tom. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing well, but to hear about, the IRS, it's expanding, it's getting a lot more members, but their latest numbers show returns, they're down 11%. Why is that?
Yeah, exactly. They're down about 14%. And the folks that are really being hurt by most of this is those that are dependent for those child credits.
Yeah.
Went from $3,000 per child down to $2,000 for deduction. So if you got 2-3 kids, that's a big reduction. So what we're trying to encourage folks is get their taxes done early. So this way we can plan going into 2023 that if they're not taking enough taxes out, that they can actually try to bring that up a little bit so they're not owing at the end of the year.
Fred, we've heard that, though, for months now, that was going to drop and be lower, but it really doesn't, you really don't, think about it until all of a sudden you're like, whoa, why is this number a lot smaller than last year?
It is. When you sit down with the accountant, and of course, we're doing taxes here in our office, and a lot of the young families are really in shock when they see that, even though we told them, this thing's going to happen, that they're going to reduce this number. It is quite a shock to you because you just can't prepare it until you see the numbers in front of you. That's why we do encourage you that you get your taxes done early for that reason. So now maybe you can do some adjustments on your W-2 at work. This way that they're making sure they take the proper taxes out so you don't fall in a situation where you're owing.
We've got April 18th this year for when they are due, the deadline there. You're saying getting them done earlier is better, 56 days away. What's the best way, once you do get your return, to reinvest the return and make more money? I know we get the money and we kind of want to spend it now or put it towards something now, but reinvestment, that's what you do, financial planner.
Absolutely.
Reinvest it and you'll make a whole lot more off of that lower number this year.
Yeah, and you're still talking about the market's a little bit lower than it was a year ago. So if you have a couple extra bucks, we as the financial industry will tell you this is opportunity. I know we don't like to see our statements when they drop, but for me, it's opportunity. If somebody's got a couple extra bucks, first thing they got to do is they got to make sure they pad that emergency savings. The last thing we want to do is jump into credit card debt, especially now with the interest rates rising. We're seeing interest rates on credit cards over 21%. No place I can invest your money, Tom, and get you 21% guaranteed. So if we get into the hole with credit card debt, that needs to be your number one attack you must do if you get the bucks behind you.
Take the money and take those credit card balances down. Fred Kreutzer with Kreutzer Financial Services. Always great to have you. Thanks for your expertise.
Good seeing you, Tom.
Sure. Staying with numbers, we're talking about up and down numbers with the temperatures and the changes that we'll be seeing this week.
Yeah, like way, way up, way, way down. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We've been calling it a roller coaster, but this is like shock to the system.
It will be. It will be later this week. By the way, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, open up the pools, but then wait because you may be shoveling off your sidewalks.
Yeah, exactly right. Favorite historical presidents?
Historical presidents?
It's President's Day.
How do you pick a favorite?
I don't know, right? I mean,
you go to Lincoln.
I like Polk.
Cherry Pie Day, so you think of Washington's
Grover
birthday?
Cleveland?
Cleveland?
Rutherford B. Hayes, RBH. Come on.
Were you just researching some presidents back there?
I'm literally just naming presidents that I know. I don't. Yeah, Taft was the one with the bathtub, right?
Right.
Was that right?
Yeah,
and see, Teddy just strolled in from Planet Fitness.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. FDR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Washington.
All right. So not Teddy Roosevelt. He didn't walk in, but Teddy from Planet Fitness. So. We're not going to be all Taft in the tub. Don't you worry about that. Looking at our Towson cam, good morning to you. Yes, those numbers are going to be kind of all over the place this week in terms of our high temperatures. We're at 49 right now in Towson, so we're already above average from what we see typically for daytime highs. So this hour in the 40s by noon today, may be able to sneak out and get lunch done outdoors with lower 60s. Yes, there will be a lot of cloud cover to deal with, but overall, these numbers that stay above average, we're on our way to the mid 60s again into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Now, in terms of your pilot cast, pilots, overall, those ceilings are going to be high enough to get a VFR day in today. Visual flight rules. Tomorrow, we're talking about strong crosswinds that are going to be moving from the west to the east across the area. So So not the best day tomorrow. If you can get that flight in today, do that. Upper 50s in the Eastern Shore, low to mid 60s for Bel Air and Cockeysville down through Baltimore City, 63 in Columbia, 65 in Laurel, even D.C. in the mid 60s today. Flip those numbers around to 56 in Ocean City. That's what we're seeing down the ocean this afternoon. Now, your outdoors cast today and tomorrow, and even on Wednesday. I've got green lights with a yellow light on Wednesday. Those temperatures definitely staying mild as those showers will be possible. Overall, late this afternoon into the evening, just a couple of maybe sprinkles here and there, not really talking about much in the way of rain. Here's that cold front. Look at that thing sweeping through tomorrow afternoon. That wind is going to be picking up as well. Behind that, colder air but drier conditions Wednesday for the first half of the day. Wednesday late afternoon into the evening, we'll pick up some more showers. And then those potentially record high numbers on Thursday as all of that warm air comes in ahead of another cold front that'll drop our temperatures into the weekend. So, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Record high for the day on Thursday is 78 degrees, set in 1874. Who was president then? I have no idea. Got to Google that stuff. But then lower 50s on Friday and then mid 40s on Saturday. And yes, some of us could see some flakes flying, at least in parts of Maryland, by Saturday afternoon. We're not talking about a big snowstorm, but definitely something that we got to keep our eye on. All right, time to take a look at the view through your window. Look at this shot. Now, this is Sharon, and her nickname is Pinky, apparently. That's a crab cake. A cake that looks like a bunch of crabs. That's a cake, you guys. I mean, that looks so realistic. So thank you, Sharon, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com, and /chime in.
8:52. While the Ravens remain committed to their biggest offseason priority, getting a contract for Lamar Jackson, they at least crossed a major need off the list, a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, former Georgia offensive coordinator Todd Monken will be introduced tomorrow. Monken's introduction will hopefully help answer some questions like, was Lamar Jackson involved in this hiring process? Is the MVP quarterback's future something Monken wanted to know about before taking the Ravens OC gig?
And history is made at the Daytona 500. That race went into double overtime, a record 212 laps and an incredible 530 miles. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. crossing the finish line first. The longest Daytona 500 race ever helped kick off the NASCAR season here. Stenhouse Jr.'s victory, the third of his career and first since July of 2017. His 199 race winless streak was the fourth longest stretch between wins in Cup Series history.
A bunch of times. All right, a recall alert for you this Monday morning. PepsiCo recalling more than 25,000 cases of Starbucks vanilla Frappuccino bottles. Now, the FDA says the recall is due to drinks possibly containing glass. The affected Frappuccinos have Best Buy dates March 8th, May 29th, June 4th, or June 10th of 2023. Bottle distributor PepsiCo saying the recalled drinks are being taken off the market and they are not sold at any Starbucks retail locations.
Put your heart into your next workout. Still ahead in our next hour, the benefits of both strength and cardio workouts on your heart.
And there's more to the CIAA tournament than just basketball. Still ahead, we're highlighting one of the most popular events for high school students.
But first, let's make it a slam dunk of a day. Hold the dribbles.
Night. Well done. It's time now to sink a coffee break. Drain it.
Good, right? 8:57, topping your morning business report. Starting next month, Twitter Blue subscribers will be the platform's only users who will be able to use text messages as a two-factor authentication method. The change goes into effect on March 20th. Two-factor authentication is also known as 2FA, and it requires users to type in their password and then enter a code or security key to access their accounts. And speaking of Twitter, the company was the first to announce paid verification, and now Facebook is jumping in on that bandwagon. Meta says it's testing a subscription service for Instagram and Facebook users that would charge them to get verified. The service will be known as Meta Verified, and it's going to start at $11.99 a month on the web or $14.99 a month on iOS. Disney employees are pushing back against plans to require in-person work. More than 2,000 employees have signed a petition against returning to the office. You don't want to go work with Mickey every day? Disney CEO Bob Iger announcing last week that he wants workers back in the office 4 days a week. The employees are claiming the policy change will spark, quote, forced resignations among some of our most hard-to-replace talent in vulnerable communities and dramatically reduce productivity, output, and efficiency. And it's not just Disney that wants workers back in the office. Starting May 1st, Amazon will require thousands of office employees to work in person at least 3 days a week. The move is part of Amazon's continuing shift away from its pandemic posture, which led the company to double its fulfillment centers in just 2 years. Spending time outdoors next to a fire is a great way to relax and create atmosphere. Nick Calderon is here with today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Nothing feels as good as a fire. It's something in our human DNA that's just kind of primal. When you're sitting next to a fire, it feels good. But most of us don't have the room, the space, the time, the money for a full-on backyard fire pit. I think I've got the solution. This is the tabletop fire pit by Sharper Image, and it's beautiful. All you need is rubbing alcohol. Pour a little bit of rubbing alcohol into this cup, and you've got yourself a nice fire. Just like that. No messy, greasy fuels, no choking smoke, just rubbing alcohol. And this thing is super portable. You can take it to backyard barbecues, on your patio, to the beach, wherever you're going, you can have a nice, warm, romantic fire. It's safe and easy to use. You can even cook with it. Maybe some marshmallows or a little cocktail weenies or something like that. If you need to extinguish it, that's also very easy. Just cover it up. I love this thing. I use one in my backyard all the time. It adds that extra spark of romance and ambiance. And it's better than candles because there's no drippy, messy wax. And if it goes out, all you have to do is fill it back up and relight your fire. Right now, we're offering 30% off the tabletop fire pit. Get one for you or a loved one for that instant ambiance. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
It is 9 o'clock and we are following three big stories. President Biden is making a surprise visit to Ukraine. We'll go live to D.C. for a closer look at the importance of the visit and the aid the president is offering to Ukraine.
And topping news here at home, in a city in crisis, many looking beyond local leadership for help and asking what state leaders can do. We'll look at the governor's influence on local crime prevention.
In a new deal, BGE is proposing rate increases for customers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why many are now questioning the mayor's motives.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, February 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, bring me in.
Taking a look at our President's Day for.
We were asking earlier, Patrice, Megan, your favorite president, like historical president for President's Day.
Does everybody have a favorite president?
That's what I said.
I like James Marshall. Now, he wasn't a real president.
I mean, how historic do we have to go? Because I'm going to go with Obama.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I'm saying James Marshall, Harrison Ford in Air Force One, when he kicked Sirius Black off the plane. Says, get off my plane. Come on.
Sirius Black's in Harry Potter.
I know.
You're all over the place.
Gary Oldman. I was trying to make
confused.
Happy President's Day, everyone.
Oh, boy. All right. Either way. It's a great movie. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. All right, good morning to all of you. Happy President's Day. Celebrate by watching your favorite president or just by hanging out outside. We've got a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now, but temperatures that later will be in the low to mid 60s. So those temperatures steadily rising. We're at 51 now, mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours, keeping the cloud cover through midday and into the afternoon. And high temps still well above average, couple degrees warmer than yesterday. Again, even with that cloud cover, a little cooler for you on the eastern shore. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the potential record-breaking temperatures later this week. That's in just a few minutes. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, a significant surprise visit by President Biden to Ukraine. He made a surprise visit here this morning to meet with President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman, who has reported from Ukraine in the past, has been following all of these developments. He's joining us live from Capitol Hill now. Scott, so how important is this trip?
Yeah, Patrice and Megan, good morning to you. It is meaningful in a few ways. President Biden's trip was at first, of course, just said to be to Poland. We knew that that was upcoming and that some of the details had been released ahead of time for that itinerary. And that was all to mark 1 year since the war entered this new, more brutal phase. And then, of course, around 5:15 this morning, we got word of this surprise stop in Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky. And all this comes as the ground war has really ramped up in recent weeks, with Russia seeking to take over larger parts of the country. So President Biden promised again unwavering support from the U.S. That's something we've heard over and over, not just from the president, but also from the administration at large. And then he announced another $500 million in additional assistance, and that will include more military equipment, including weapons and ammunition. Still, Biden not sending fighter jets and sticking with his vow not to send U.S. troops to fight against Russia. By the way, though, when we talk about all that money, Congress has approved now more than $113 billion in aid. That was just last year, so this now on top of that.
Scott, we understand this might not be the only news conference in the news that Biden makes this week regarding Ukraine. What are you hearing?
Well, the president said that this week we will see the White House announce new sanctions against Russia. And we don't know exactly what those might include at this point. It is something that we've seen kind of get parsed out every few months from Washington against Russia whenever they feel it's something that might be effective in trying to deter Putin, although so far clearly it hasn't done enough in that level. But one thing he did point out is he talked about broad bipartisan support in Washington for Ukraine. And for the most part, that has absolutely been true. However, it's also noteworthy that there are a few more voices now here on Capitol Hill, lawmakers who say there needs to be a limit to what we are willing to spend or provide, seeing as how there's no clarity on just how long this war would last. President Biden's next stop, by the way, Poland, where together with Poland's leader, the two will try to rally even more European support for Ukraine as well.
It's Scott Thuman live in Washington. Thank you. Well, today's number of the day takes a closer look at the Chinese spy balloon saga. A recent Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 82% of voters believe the recent encounter is a serious threat to the U.S. 50% of Americans say that it is a very serious threat.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not.
Continuing coverage this morning of Mayor Brandon Scott's controversial conduit deal with BGE. Many are now questioning the mayor's motives with the deal and his overall transparency.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the concerns from the Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, on Thursday, the City Council committee investigating the mayor's deal will meet here at City Hall, and the committee has the power to ask for records and information on the contract. Now, this deal would give BGE control of the city's entire underground conduit system. In exchange, BGE would pay the city $134 million for improvements between now and 2027. Baltimore would also receive $1.5 million a year from BGE in fees. But as Megan and Patrice mentioned, Comptroller Henry believes the contract was rushed, and he wants to see data to make sure that BGE is actually offering a good deal.
First of all, we don't know if this is a good deal or not. We should be expecting that the consultant that we hired last fall and are paying $50,000 to study the conduit issue, we should expect that they should finish their report and present that information to residents and officials before we make any decision.
Henry Henry believes the deal would take power away from city leaders, allowing BGE to bypass some city rules and regulations. Mayor Scott approved the deal during a Board of Estimates meeting last week, despite City Council President Mosby and Comptroller Henry sitting out of the vote. And besides the meeting on Thursday, the comptroller says that the deal will be back on the agenda for the board's next meeting, which is on March 1st. Back to you.
Olivia, did the comptroller mention if anything could happen between now and the board's next meeting in March?
Yeah, Megan, so Mosby and Henry are actually calling on the Attorney General to step in and investigate. So he says that a lot could happen between now and then. Take a listen to what he said.
It's possible that by the time we get to March 1st, we will have done the level of due diligence that the council president and I feel is necessary to make a final decision on this.
Meanwhile, Mayor Scott insists with this deal, he's doing what's best for Baltimore. So, of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring those upcoming meetings. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Last week, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the mayor on the controversial deal.
Do you have anything to gain personally from this contract?
Mackenzie, that's the most disrespectful questions you've ever asked me. No.
Fox 45 News then spoke with a rhetoric professor about the mayor's reaction to the question.
You don't answer a question by telling the person it is disrespectful. You answer the question. If you think it's irrelevant, you say it's irrelevant. His go-to reaction to bad news is not to talk about policy development, but to get angry at those who report the bad news and question about leadership.
Well, Fox 45 News took the topic to Baltimore residents, asking about the mayor's performance and whether or not he should run for re-election next year. Some support the mayor.
I believe that the mayor has done a great job, honestly.
Think he should run for re-election?
Sure.
Why do you think he should run for re-election?
Just because of how personally he is with the city and from what I've seen him and how he gets involved.
Others are not so confident.
I'm giving him a D right now. First, get the crime out the way, because there's too many murders. Too much open air drug market. We got to get that down. If he was up for re-election right now, he wouldn't win.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you approve of Mayor Scott's job performance? So far, 99% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
As the crime crisis continues, many residents are looking to Governor Wes Moore for solutions. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a response from the governor when we asked him about a bill that's being backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Taylor.
That's right, guys. We're talking about House Bill 481. It is the only bill on the floor to address stiffer penalties for illegal gun offenders. Now, as you said, it's been touted by Ivan Bates, the city state attorney. It would increase the maximum penalty from 3 years to 5 years for even first-time offenders. And mind you, here in the state of Maryland, you're only required to serve 25% of your actual sentence. Now, supporters of this bill say it wouldn't take any undue power from the judge to impose a sentence they believe is fair and just. And while Governor Wes Moore agrees with this legislation, he says more needs to be done.
We think it needs to be a really holistic approach, and that while the sentencing pieces were very involved in that, the sentencing alone is not going to solve this challenge.
He also says he plans on investing in Baltimore's police department as well as the Attorney General's office. There isn't any specific legislation related to those matters, but that's what he says his commitment is to Baltimore. For now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, it's 9:10. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that.
Get off my plane. Come on, it's Air Force One. No.
I've seen it, and I like it.
All right, good. I like the temperatures, too, today. Maybe you will, too, guys. I mean, yes, it's a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now from our Towson camera, but overall, our numbers will continue to be above average. And statewide, our numbers in the 40s and 50s right now for the Old Line State. Now, if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s is where we will be. In just a few minutes right now, we're going to be getting in shape and talking about how, if you want to do that inside or outside, what you can do.
All right, Justin, thank you. Topping international news, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Turkey, touring the damage from this month's devastating earthquake, the support and aid the U.S. is offering.
And we are talking about heart health. We're going to show you two different types of exercise that can help keep your heart healthy. Time now, 9:11. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:14, we are helping you get fit with Fox. Whether you prefer strength training or cardio, there are heart-healthy benefits to both. So now we're joined by Teddy Savage, national lead trainer with Planet Fitness, and he is talking about the benefits and then showing us how to do it. Justin, we're putting to work as well. So,
absolutely.
All right, talk about heart health and what we're doing here.
Yeah, so heart health is should be your number one priority because it really helps to improve your overall quality of life.
Okay.
And there's unique benefits to doing cardio and strength to improving that cardiovascular health. The number one thing with cardio is that it increases your heart rate, your BPMs. So it's going to help with blood circulation, and it also helps to prevent certain heart-related illnesses like type 2 diabetes, hypertension. Now, strength training, on the other hand, puts positive stress on your heart because it makes it stronger, better suited to pump blood through the arteries and helping to reduce harmful plaque buildup.
So it sounds like you need to do a combination.
Absolutely. The best workout, guys, combines the two into one. But I tell you what, let's stop talking about it and let's get to it.
Well,
okay?
wait, let me just ask a quick question, and I'm not trying to delay me having to do exercises on TV, but seriously, like, okay, I'm overweight right now, but I want to get into shape. So, like, do I need to pace myself? Because I'm worried about my heart. I'm older now.
Right.
So, like, do I got to take it slow and kind of ease into it?
The best thing that you said with that is that you got to take your time. Go at your pace.
Great.
You should also know your numbers. Know your max heart rate, your target heart rate, and your resting heart rate.
Tell me what to do, and we're going to take it slow.
So the first thing, I'm going to have Justin do what we call plyometric skaters. He's going to hold that medicine ball and then bound out laterally. And then bound out, sweep that back leg, Just. We're here and we're sweeping. So as you continue to do that, what Justin is doing is called functional movement. Because now he has a weighted object. His heart rate is increasing, his BPMs. He's starting to get winded, and that's really good because it's increasing that positive stress on the heart. But we'll stop there because we also want Patrice.
Okay, but wait a minute. If we weren't stopping for me, how long should he do that?
60 seconds is a really good work phase, followed by 30 seconds to rest.
Okay.
Right? So that's really good. But now Patrice is going to target some strength. She's going to have her kettlebell right here, which is a functional accessory, pull up into what we call a high pull, making sure that she finishes with her elbows above her hands. This is really good for correcting posture if you feel like your shoulders are raising forward. And again, in terms of the heart health benefits, this is putting positive stress on the heart, so it's getting stronger to pump blood through the arteries, two different extremities in the body. And you know what? I got to hit an oldie but goodie, and that's jump ropes, okay?
Oh, now, I have to do that. All right,
one of my favorite forms of cardio because it reminds me of recess back in the day. So I'm going to go here, and I'm also going to try to talk while I'm hopping, right?
Yeah.
So
good luck.
The cardio benefits also go to the fat burning as well. So with cardio, you're going to be reducing what we call subcutaneous fat, which is the fats right underneath the layer of skin. And with the strength that you did, Patrice, you're going to help to reduce visceral fats, which are fats that surround vital organs in the body. So not only do you get the heart benefit, but you also reduce that fat.
And jump rope, I've seen some of the best results I've gotten
on jump rope.
Jump rope, when we incorporate that in, it makes such a difference.
And it makes it spicy. And if you know anything about me, I like to keep it spicy, baby. That's
it's tiring. I don't know about the spice, but it's tiring. All right.
Teddy, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks
I appreciate it.
Give me some of that.
Are you ready to go do weather now?
Well, we'll see.
Can you do it?
I think you should do it by doing some skaters in there.
Jump
to Friday, jump to Wednesday.
I got my water right here, Teddy. Come on. I got my water right here. I'm sliding over. Sliding over. Whew. All right. That's good, though. I love when Teddy comes in on all our friends from Planet Fitness because it gets your heart moving. We try to do the 7:30 stretch. We do some stretches because we're here for a long time in the morning, and we like getting the blood flow going. All right, our weather headlines right now. A lot of cloud cover that's out there at this time. Just let me take a quick swig of water. Hang on. 51 your current temperature. Warmer afternoon ahead. Temperatures, Teddy's running through the studio. Mid-60s for our highs. It will be a little bit warmer this afternoon. We're definitely talking about a wild temperature swing this week. Now, on our HD radar, even though we have the cloud cover, we're really not tracking any rain. You can see a few of those light showers trying to move in to parts of Charleston, West Virginia. The next weather maker is basically going to be this large winter storm that is developing over the West Coast. This is going to track over the northern tier states. Already seeing snow in Minneapolis and more snow expected. Some areas really going to get pounded with a bunch of snow this week. This is going to be a big system nationwide. Now, for us, what we are going to see with that is temperature changes that are pretty drastic, not much in the way of actual snow. unfortunately for snow lovers out there. 63 St. Louis today, lower 70s in Memphis, 67 Nashville, 73 Atlanta, mid to upper 60s in Charlotte, 81 in Dallas today. Hank the Bird, he's excited. Yeah, he's ready for it. Thanks, Teddy. 51 here, 61 by noon. We'll be in those low to mid 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for Hank and his feathered friends. And numbers that stay in the 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for this afternoon, and even out toward the eastern shore, a little bit cooler in the mid to upper 50s, Rock Hall, Centerville through Chester, even Easton close to 60 degrees there in Talbot County. Here's that roller coaster we were talking about. Look at these numbers. I mean, we fall off the cliff Tuesday night into Wednesday into the upper 40s, right back up to the mid to upper 70s. You're going, is something wrong with your computer? Everything is tracking that's what we're going to see this week. And then we fall back off into Friday and Saturday. Those numbers quite a bit colder heading to the weekend. Now, in terms of any precip out there, maybe a stray shower or two late this afternoon into the evening. Overall, just that cloudy skies that we'll deal with. You see that cold front racing through tomorrow. Going to see the wind out ahead of that dryness out. May even have to talk about red flag warnings with very dry conditions. And then as we head toward Wednesday, it'll be colder. A couple of light showers around Wednesday afternoon. Thursday, here comes the heat or the warmer air that's going to be pushing us into possible record territory. The record high for Thursday is 78 degrees. So we're going to be real close to that number. As I mentioned, quite a bit colder, possibly even a few flakes flying around parts of the area on Saturday. Meg?
Wow. All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network. The Arundel Expressway southbound now getting word it is closed between 100 and Highway 2. It is because of an overturned tractor trailer. You're going to want to avoid that if you can. Let's go ahead and take a live look now from the Len Stoller mobile track. Our traffic photographer Graham is near that area. Smooth sailing out there right now. Hopefully, many of you are enjoying President's Day at home and you can stay comfy inside. Well, still ahead, a violent weekend across the county. Multiple mass shootings in multiple states. And in neighboring Pennsylvania, an officer shot and killed. The tragic link, we're learning that officer had to Baltimore.
And violence against police happening here at home as well. The recovery update, we're learning about the Baltimore County officer shot during a 2-day manhunt. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Raquel.
9:24. Looking ahead, a special event this week for student athletes downtown. It is the 2023 Capital One CIAA Career Expo, and Wednesday is High School Education Day.
Yeah, the U.S. Army ROTC presenting the event for students. Here to tell us all about it, Raquel Robinson with New Level Consulting and Event Management. Good morning, Raquel.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited.
Thanks for being here. Talking about the students, and you talk about a big event that's going on Wednesday for high school students, but that's already sold out.
Already sold out. Over 2,500 high school students, sophomores, juniors, and seniors will be at the Baltimore Convention Center. I am excited. Last year it had to be canceled due to COVID, but we're in person this year. All of our seniors who come with their applications, their transcript, SAT, ACT scores, they will find out on the spot if they've been admitted, and the application fees waived.
That is huge.
It's huge.
And some kids might be sad that they didn't get in. Just makes you know next year you got to get in early. But Thursday there's something for everyone again.
Yes, and so I'm super excited. We have the CIAA Career Expo being sponsored by Capital One. This is another great opportunity for Baltimore, for the people that are here in the city that are looking for a job. Over 70 vendors will be there, and businesses, title and corporate sponsors who are wanting to hire you. So please come out. Please come out. Please come out.
I mean, this is the place where students and people, parents can get all sorts of great information all in one spot, all around a great event. The CIAA tournament continues to grow, and you say possibly bigger this year than in many years.
Yes,
that's for sure.
I saw the commissioner last night at our committee dinner, and she said this year will be bigger than it ever has been. So if you have not gotten your basketball ticket, you better get it.
And it's
They're
so much more than basketball. It is the community coming together to look to the future.
I mean, it's amazing. Even there are other events that are free. So we want people to feel like they can get involved too. We know money is tight. Gas prices are high, but there's the Fan Fest on Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center. Bring out all your kids and have a great time.
And how do folks sign up if they still want to get in for that Thursday
Yes,
event?
CIAAtournament.org. Go there, get all the information regarding the band competitions, the step shows, the Fan Fest, Career Expo. Yes.
Are you going to be part of that? I saw you working out.
I just got excited because I like watching the step shows. I'm not going to be a part of it, but yes, watching for sure.
On the site has all the events that are
All of the
happening
events
too.
are there. All of the information's there. They'll also update regarding the games and who's playing. So just make sure you go there, CIAAtournament.org.
All right, Raquel, thank you very much for being
Thank
here.
you all so much. I
it.
appreciate it.
Well, coming up at 9:30, there's growing concerns about oversight in local government. How a controversial contract signed by the mayor is raising bigger questions about the power structure inside City Hall.
And Governor Wes Moore is reacting to that Project Baltimore report that showed thousands of students in city schools are failing math. His reaction and his education plan just after the break.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, February 20th. A lot of you still home for the 3-day weekend. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how it's feeling here at this hour.
I also like Dave. That was a good presidential movie. And an American president, Michael Douglas, of course. So I like all the fake presidents, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Looking outside right now, good morning to all of you. What about guy from West Wing? Martin Sheen. Martin Sheen, yeah. All right, here's a look at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. We got a cloud cover out there, and overall throughout the day, we will be mostly cloudy. Our temperatures, however, are going to stay above average. We're in the upper 40s and lower 50s right now. This is where we've been hanging out most of the morning. Westminster over to Bel Air, 45 Cockeysville, 51 in Baltimore City right now. Warmer afternoon ahead, and then wild temperature swings this week, especially as we get closer to the end of the week. You're going to see those numbers really jump. Now, 60s today and tomorrow, upper 40s Wednesday, and then we've got some potential record high numbers we'll talk about on Thursday. We'll do that in my full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look from the Lynn Stoller mobile track, our traffic photographer, Graham, is at a road closure in Anne Arundel County. A tractor trailer overturned on the Arundel Expressway southbound. That's what you're seeing there, all the congestion and the emergency vehicle surrounding that.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
Continuing coverage this morning, questions arise when it comes to transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott on the recent conduit deal with BGE. And now one city council member is calling for the Board of Estimates to be reformed or completely abolished.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from City Hall with concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling for a complete overhaul of the Board of Estimates. He's proposing replacing appointed and elected members with people from the community or just getting rid of the board entirely.
This is an opportunity for Baltimoreans, those of us that live here, that are sending our kids to school here, that deal with the day-to-day issues, but that love our city, to have a voice in reshaping it.
City Comptroller Bill Henry doesn't believe abolishing the board is the way to go, but says it needs to be reformed. But this is not the first time that idea has been presented. Back when Comptroller Henry and Mayor Scott were both on City Council, they called to increase transparency of the board. That bill failed in 2020. Fast forward to today, though, and taxpayer watchdog David Williams is questioning Mayor Scott bypassing the board to approve the conduit deal with BGE.
I don't know why there's such a rush by the mayor to do this deal, and something just stinks that he is trying to do this in such a manner that is non-transparent.
This is now the second time the mayor has walked back on something he said as council president. You remember in December, the mayor accepted a donation from city contractor J.P. Grant. Now, that's the same contractor he returned a donation from during his time as council president, because Grant was accused of illegally giving former mayor Catherine Pugh $170,000. Meanwhile, because of this controversial conduit deal, BG customers can expect their bill to increase by about $124 annually. For now, reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Making headlines this morning, the Baltimore County detective hurt in the manhunt for David Linthicum earlier this month has been released from the hospital. Detective Jonathan Chee spent 10 days at shock trauma. Police say Linthicum shot at officers before getting away from police during a barricade situation in Cockeysville. Charging documents say he shot Detective Chee after he had been on the run for more than 24 hours and stole the detective's vehicle. Linthicum is facing 3 charges of attempted murder. He will be in court next month. A fire at a 2-story home in Brooklyn sends 1 person to the hospital. Right now, we're still waiting to learn that person's condition. We know the cause of the fire is currently under investigation.
9:33 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, we are learning more about Governor Wes Moore's education plan.
It comes on the heels of a recent Project Baltimore report showing nearly 24 schools where not a single student among those tested is doing math at grade level.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with how the governor is reacting. Taylor?
Well, that's right. Governor Wes Moore was disappointed, as so many parents were here in the city of Baltimore. Now, he says he is working at the state level to improve education, and he's doing it by adding $500 million more to the Kerwin plan. Now, along with that funding, he says there needs to be more accountability measures in place.
Frankly, these results are infuriating. So much of the leadership is done on the local level. So we don't, when I think about what the state can do, the state can make sure that we're providing support, the state can make sure that we're providing guidance, and the state can make sure that we're providing accountability. But we are urging these local jurisdictions to be able to make sure there is clear accountability for the results that we are seeing in Baltimore and also across the state.
And while there are plans to send millions more to the Kerwin plan, it appears that Governor Wes Moore is interested in cutting money from the Boost Scholarship Program. Now, that was started under former Governor Hogan's administration. It gives scholarships to low-income families so they can send their kids to schools outside of the district, either a private or a charter school. But we'll have to wait and see what comes of that program as the days roll ahead. Patrice, Megan.
Taylor, what do we know about the governor and why he cut the funding for the scholarship program?
It is on the table because the focus of his administration has been public education, and the Boost program does not incentivize public schools to do any better. Essentially, it gives money to parents so they can take their kids outside of those school systems. So that's maybe some reason why, but we're going to wait and see. We have a Project Baltimore a report coming out later this week that will flesh all of those details out for you. But for now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Taylor. It's been a violent weekend across America. There was a mass shooting in Louisiana where a child was hurt.
And a police officer was killed in Philadelphia. Tom Rogers is at our live center with a closer look at the violence and the tragic connection to Baltimore. Tom.
Yeah, Patrice and Megan, will start here first. New Orleans. We begin with the most recent shooting. It happened overnight during the Bacchus parade that was happening in French Quarter in New Orleans. One person killed, 4 others hurt. This morning, we're learning one of the victims, 14-year-old girl. We're told she is at an area hospital and is stable this morning. Officers say they found multiple guns at the scene. One person has been arrested, but a motive remains unclear. In Pennsylvania, police say a teenager is responsible for shooting and killing a Temple University police officer who was responding to a carjacking. 18-year-old Miles Pfeiffer was arrested Sunday in Bucks County. He's now charged with murdering Officer Christopher Fitzgerald. The 31-year-old officer leaves behind a wife and 4 children. He was also the son of Denver Transportation Police Chief Joel Fitzgerald Sr., and he died while just trying to stop a carjacking. You may recall Fitzgerald Sr. was once tapped to lead the Baltimore Police Department while he was the Fort Worth Police Department chief. In 2019, he was selected by former Mayor Catherine Pugh to lead the department before abruptly pulling his name from consideration. Well, that's the latest from our breaking news center. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
Coming up, she fell on hard times after literally falling down on the job. The simple act by one family that has spread to a nationwide movement that has helped her get back on her feet.
And we are looking at a mostly cloudy Monday. Coming up, the Weather Authority team is going to let us know when we can expect our next weather maker. It is 9:37 and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local.
9:40 and developing now. President Biden is overseas making a surprise visit to Ukraine to meet with President Volodymyr Zelensky. In joint remarks, President Biden announced $500 million in assistance. It would include military equipment like artillery, ammunition, javelins, and howitzers.
Freedom is priceless. It's worth fighting for as long as it takes. And that's how long we're going to be with you, Mr. President, for as long as it takes.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
The visit and show of solidarity comes just 4 days before the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Turkey, touring the damage from this month's devastating earthquake. This morning, he took part in a wreath-laying ceremony and pledged $100 million in aid to help the region. According to Turkey's government, more than 105,000 buildings have been destroyed and are in need of urgent demolition.
Trending now, a South Carolina family raises hundreds of thousands of dollars for a pizza delivery driver who fell while making a delivery at their home. The family set up a GoFundMe to help Barbara Gillespie. The initial goal was to raise enough to really help her take a few days off. But the fundraiser then went viral. In all, it's brought in more than $250,000, and it's still going strong. Thanks to the money Gillespie has put in her 2 weeks at Domino's. And guess what? She's retiring officially. Well, still ahead, the makers of Similac under investigation again. The new group looking into last year's formula shortage and asking if it could have been prevented.
And it is one of the biggest purchases you'll make in your life, so you want to do your research. Coming up, we're going to look at the newest cars hitting the market and what you need to know before you drive off the lot. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
New cars don't come cheap these days, making it even more difficult than usual to find a quality vehicle that fits your budget. If you're looking for expert recommendations, Consumer Reports just revealed its annual top 10 list of cars and trucks Automotive engineer Alex Nizick joins us from Consumer Reports Auto Testing Center in Connecticut to talk about some of those cars and why they made the list. Thanks for being here, Alex. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
So you test cars, you test a lot of cars. Now, how exactly does Consumer Reports select its top pick of the years? Because this is like a list we all wait for.
No, I know it, and I'm happy for that. But yeah, you're right. We test dozens of cars every single year, so it's not easy to make the top 10 list. And it really comes down to four major things. And first and foremost, our highest, the cars that score the highest in our overall ratings. So first, what that means is this car has to score well in the 50+ tests that we do here at the test track in Connecticut. And then after that, it comes down to our member surveys. So our members tell us how satisfied they are with the vehicle and how likely they would be to buy it again, and also how reliable the vehicle has been. And then after that, it comes down to safety. Wow. So the car, of course, has to be safe in terms of crash tests and the standards that are put out by the federal government and insurance industry, but also the vehicles kind of have to be extra safe. They have to come standard with forward collision warning and automatic emergency braking at both city and highway speeds. And these are both technologies that we know save lives. So what it ultimately boils down to is any one of the staff members here at the track would without a doubt, recommend one of these vehicles to family and friends.
A lot of people are opting for SUVs and trucks these days. What are some of the good options that won't break the bank?
Yeah, so in terms of trucks, the new Ford Maverick is an awesome little choice. So it's kind of this cool alternative to a midsize SUV. It's kind of for active people who can make use of that 4.5-foot bed that's on the back. But compared to traditional pickup trucks, it's a lot more comfortable, it's quieter, nicer to drive. And the hybrid version, which is on our list this year, starts at about $22,000 and got 37 miles per gallon in our testing. And as far as SUVs, the Hyundai Santa Fe hybrid is on our list. And as we see with a lot of hybrids, the technology is getting so good that these vehicles are quieter, they're more comfortable, generally not that much more expensive than the gas-only version that they are based on. And yeah, the Hyundai Santa Fe is a great choice.
And then what about the electric cars? Did any of the electric cars make the list?
We do have two EVs on our list this year. The Nissan Leaf, this is an EV that's been around a while, so reliability is quite good. And it's also one of the least expensive EVs that you can get. And you can get it with up to 212 miles of range, which is pretty good. The other EV on the list is the Tesla Model 3, another EV that's been around a while, so reliability kinks are kind of worked out at this point. It's rather reliable. And the biggest benefit of going with the Tesla Model 3 is that you can take advantage of Tesla's supercharging network. So you have great access to chargers that are reliable, and it just makes living with and using an EV a lot easier.
Awesome. Hey, man, thanks for this great information again.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Yep, you too.
All right, it's 9:48 now, and we need to get another look at the roller coaster that Justin's calling it for the week.
Remember that song by the Ohio Players?
Yes.
Roller coaster.
I remember it from commercial break with you singing it.
I didn't hear snow in their song, though.
Yeah, I know. Look, and it's a slight chance that some of us will see some snow on Saturday after 77 on Thursday. So
how is that possible?
Because Mother Nature just likes to be messing with us, Also, it's the changing of the season, so it's not, beyond the realm of possibility. When you get into late February, early March, April, that's the seasons that are changing. We're coming out of the cold. We're getting into the warm seasons. You get those kind of above average days. Even though we really haven't had a deep, hard, long freeze, we've had a few days and a couple of those cold snaps here and there, but overall, it's mainly been above average and snowless for the most part. Looking at our Towson cam right now, lots of cloud cover out there. Mile 1 Auto Group cameras showing you that. We're seeing temperatures right at 51 in Towson. A little southwest wind at about 6 to 10 miles an hour. All in all, not a bad day to be outside. Again, the clouds will be with us, and we're tracking a few showers in Charleston, West Virginia, some of the mountain locations. There's a cold front well to the north of us, but up and down the East Coast, we are staying mainly dry, at least at this time. There is a big next weather maker that is developing in the western half of the U.S., and that's going to track across the northern tier states. A large area of the country going to be dealing with a big snowstorm, a big winter weather maker over the next few days. We don't get that winter weather, but we do get some of those wild temperature changes here. So as you're hanging out in Towson next hour, we'll be mainly in the mid-50s. And this afternoon, even though it will be cloudy, our temperature's still going to be in the low to mid-60s as we'll have mild air in place today. Those numbers staying in the 60s, even in that 5 o'clock hour with the sun not even going to bed till almost 6 o'clock, even though we probably don't see much of the sun today. 65 for our official afternoon high. Typically 47 is where we are. And up and down the Chesapeake and out toward the eastern shore, you're in the upper 50s there, but a lot of us in the low to mid-60s for Bel Air, Cockeysville, down into Baltimore and D.C. Up north there, Philly at 60, 59 in Cumberland for the afternoon. This is that roller coaster that we're talking about. Looks like a ride at Hershey Park or any of the other favorite amusement parks, where we're going to drop and then go back up and then drop again and then go back up again for the final couple of days of February. This is the last full week of February, and some of you not even on a full week because today's a holiday. So if you get back to work tomorrow, it will be windy on Tuesday, and then those showers roll in, much colder Wednesday before we heat up on Thursday. And we'll do that 10-day forecast in just a few.
9:51 now, and making headlines. Formula maker Abbott Laboratories is under another investigation by 2 governmental agencies. Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission is demanding information regarding Abbott's business and, quote, related public disclosures. And the Federal Trade Commission is looking into companies who bid for formula supply federal program contracts. All of this comes after Abbott's production plant shut down triggered just a nationwide formula shortage. Investigations and inspections by the Justice Department and the FDA have already been in progress as well. Students and staff at Michigan State University, their students are expected to return to campus today as classes resume. Today marks 1 week after a man shot and killed 3 students and injured 5 others. School officials say they are stepping up security on campus and asking instructors to accommodate students throughout the rest of the semester. More than 23,000 students signed a petition urging the university to hold hybrid or online class options. Officials say those arrangements will depend on the class.
Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan looking ahead to the 2024 election. The governor has said that he is seriously considering running for president himself, but has not committed yet. On NBC's Meet the Press yesterday morning, he doubled down on his criticism of former President Donald Trump, saying if Trump does win the Republican nomination, he would not have Hogan's support.
I'm a lifelong Republican who wants to support the nominee of the party, whoever that is. However, I've said before I didn't support Trump. I wouldn't support Trump. I'd put the country ahead of party and not put somebody in that should not be the president.
The former governor adding if he thought that his own candidacy would help Trump win, he would consider not running at all. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with the former governor as he left office for a one-on-one interview where he addressed his next political steps. You can find the full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead, a mild afternoon ahead with temps in the 60s, and don't expect the sun to warm things up much. It's going to be cloudy today. Coming up, when the clouds will give way to warmer temperatures, possibly even the 70s. It is 9:53 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. A local all morning.
All right, welcome back. Looking out the 395, Charm City tank shot. Lots of cloud cover out there. I know Patapsco doesn't look nice and blue, but it's just a little gray. Overall, our temperatures are going to stay above average, and we pop the blue up here on your 10-day forecast. Blue background. 60s today and tomorrow. Windy tomorrow afternoon as well. We're going to drop to the 40s on Wednesday with a few showers coming in. That 77 probably sticks out. And sure enough, it's not a typo. I know. We're seeing those temperatures.
Snow is a typo.
That'll be possibly record-breaking, and then we'll see those numbers come back down as we head toward the weekend. Real quick shout out, my stepdad worked in the LBJ White House in '68, so he was in the West Wing. So that's my little
So is that your favorite
connection.
president?
I don't know if it's my favorite, but it is President's Day.
My father-in-law worked in the White House.
Really?
About 15 floors below the White House.
Wow.
Really?
Yep.
Wonder